fuck does my cousin DeAndre got to do with some Israeli Haji niggas shooting at each other?
Because
if got shit to do with that. That ain't his business. That's your business.
If his commander,
it's non-allied Israel No. Why is somebody so fucking illiterate bothering to have an opinion? Good God. I mean, nobody is saying that Lockheed Martin sells schematics. I think that's Lockheed Martin sells schematics. This kind of thing is talking about.
I think if you sign up in the military and you want to have an opinion about where you're going to be deployed, I think you're off base at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, Marshall, obviously he's out of his mind here because when he talks about what Lockheed Martin sells, he has no idea what Lockheed Martin sells.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have any idea, because if he did, he would understand that Lockheed Martin's largest sale came from fucking commercial aircraft. Well, dude, he said what sounded like the F-23, which, if he is referring to the F-22, the F-23 isn't. It wouldn't be Lockheed Martin. It's a Northrop development, and it's not sold. If he means the F-22, it's not sold outside the United States. So I don't have any idea what he's talking about. And when they do sell planes, especially if we're not going to sell the schematics. I mean, we usually have to meet them. We have to meet them. Most countries, I think Israel, for whatever reason, did something to where they don't have to, because, But generally, I think they have to get the codes in order to even operate their fighter jets every day. Like if you sold the F-35 to, I don't know, Saudi Arabia or something like that. Is it quiet or is my shit fucked up?
No, it's quiet. I'm gonna kick Pierre down.
We lost that other dude, so it became quiet.
Yeah, it was more quiet.
Well, it's just a waste of time because he has no idea what he's talking about. He's literally wrong on every single subject. And not just wrong, but like just saying things that are like obviously wrong.
He's right that the Iran war is bullshit. He's right that the Iran war is bullshit.
Yeah, that could be. But what he was wrong about that war was he said that the U.S. should not be allies with Europe because we don't get anything out of them, and that we should be allies with Iran because we could buy oil from them. I mean, it's just the most. Bitching about how we're not self-sufficient. What the fuck is wrong with it? Yeah, and that was his other argument, should be self-sufficient, and that the U.S. should be allies with Iran.
With Iran, that's 100% possible. We were in the past.
Yeah, not this is changing. With a different regime, possibly. But with this regime has had a history of attacking the United States. Romans and such. That is incorrect. It is Iran that has instigated attacks against the United States. But I need to be allowed to speak.
No, you're good.
I'll speak for you.
Good luck. Go ahead. Somebody go.
Basically, we messed with their internal affairs in the 1950s. We forced them to sell 40%, give us 40% of their oil. So that's why the Iranian people had a problem with this. We were supporting the Shah, and they didn't like the Shah. We were
Impaired cognitive functioning. There's things you would see in clinical setting.
Yeah, I think Randy Fine was using him as a dishonestly attached guy to anti criticism.
Randy Fine wants all of the gods and children to starve to death and eat all the fucking human food.
Exactly. Okay.
They consisted, and the Jew that insisted that anti-Semitism is that definition, can stick it right up their Jewish ass. But well, you're wrong. It wasn't. Also that definition. You don't know what the word got made up. No, the word got made up by a German. By a German, I know. The word was made up by anti-Semites. Yes, I know, a German. No, but the definition of it, like this IHR definition, that is a Jewish construct.
So you're just wrong, Pepe, on this one.
No. Should we go through the IHRA definition? It is very anti-Christian, by the way.
I don't know what your point is.
You know what's going to happen? You guys should all be praying. You should be on your fucking knees repenting, because you guys will face the Holocaust, and that is when Jesus.
Fun with this entertainment, but it obviously doesn't have anything to do with our debate. What we should have recognized is Pierre demonstrated his intelligence by the fact that he stood in front of a nuclear power plant sometime in the recent past. He literally said that.
No, I know he did.
I'm not. It's just the point was that he was
in here. He came in the room to fight.
If I'm voting for the South Park, I will fucking take that. Butter is occasionally cool, so I'll take it.
Butter is Anglo-Saxon, and I don't think you can beat him, bro. You're Kyle.
No, I am not English, Irish, and French, so I'm very pale.
You're crypto.
No, he's not a Jew. He's definitely not a Jew.
Then why would he have a fat Jew in his poster? Like, why? Why does he have a fucking fat Jew? Like, what is the appeal to white Americans for Randy Fine?
Oh, you're talking about Randy Fine. No, Randy Fine is a disgusting fat ass.
Like, why is Marshall not a Jew?
No, he's
That's
not.
what I'm talking about. Yeah, what's his appeal to Randy Fine then? What's appealing to him? Like, he's fat. He doesn't even walk. So are you Jewish? Why do you like Randy Fine?
I just like Randy. I thought I liked this like Randy. I just don't like the history of saying something about an entire week.
No, the definition of it. Like this IHRA definition, that is a Jewish construct. It also believes the Jewish construct.
I'm talking about Randy Carter. You know, in high school, I had one of my.
I know, but now you want them all. Yeah, you want. Oh, one of my best friends is black. Racist.
Yeah, bro. I don't do Jews.
One of my best friends was
Yeah, I
Jewish,
don't
but I ended up growing up.
I care about organized Jews and what they do. I don't care about the individual Jews.
Well, yeah.
Like
Well,
the ADL,
you can call them out by name.
that's another thing. That's another thing.
The problem with this. It's not that you're against organized Jews. You're against civic organized Jews, like the two organizations you mentioned. So you should mention those names. It's like me saying I'm against organized blacks because I'm against some black organization. That would be inappropriate to say.
Let me rephrase or let me clarify. So I believe that Jews that they act as a state within a state because they're transnational and they're stateless. So wherever they are, they all work together. They have an inside bias, basically, that they're all.
They're rootless. No, that's true. They're rootless cosmopolitans with their. Yeah.
Groups always tend to have their preferences. In-groups always tend to have their preferences. We're not talking about anything more than a preference in an in-group.
And these people, they all work together in tandem in key industries.
This is called
like,
racism, anti-Semitism.
The Jews don't run Hollywood. You're a fucking bigot for even thinking that. It's such bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
All I gotta say is this is an awful lot of explanation for a statement that was overly simplistic and broad. Like you don't need it. You didn't need to argue with me. You could have said, Marshall, I really didn't intend to. Sorry. Like that's not how I see it. Instead, you like had to broaden your statement and go, well, I only need it this way. No, I only need it this way. And then even Pepe was like, come on, bro, you don't like James.
No, I'm not gonna concede that I hate every single Jew. No.
Just the ones that practice Judaism and like is
Just most of them.
yeah.
I would say a lot of them that are, yeah. I guess it would be a lot.
That's like the definition of bigotry. I'm sorry. Just like if you want to look at, if you want to double check me, look at Merriam-Webster.
That's Jew by Jews. Not gonna do it.
So if I hate a lot of Germans during Nazi Germany, would that be like racist or ism? Like,
Would be.
Yeah. You were never talking about.
Does suck.
That is not racist.
It's called Marxism. We already have a word for it. It's called Marxism. Marxism. That's when Jews are supremacists and hate us. It's called
oh yeah.
So all I'm talking about are bigotry.
Okay, well, fucking Nazi.
No, it's Marxist.
Marxist.
That's the term that they can't. It's like a decade old. Like that's the Jews that think that they are so they deserve everything because they have some divine right to be the light of the world and to rule everything and basically be the ones that influence everything and all of that is Marxism and you need to call those fuckers out.
Yeah.
Don't let that hoity-toity Jew get on his pedestal and say how, you're an anti-Semite. No, you say, shut your mouth, Jew, in the name of Jesus Christ. And you put him in his place.
That works so well for the Catholics when they tried it the first fucking time.
Yeah, then we'll do it again.
Yeah.
Damn it, what you're saying goes against the Catholic Church. So you want to be anti-Catholic?
No, I'm
it goes against the Catholic Church.
I'm a fucking crusader.
Well, you reject the Catholic Church. No, I don't. You reject the authority of the Pope. You reject the authority of the Vatican Council. And that's a position you can take, but it's an anti-Catholic position.
It's perfectly in
line. No, it goes against the Catholic Church. It doesn't fit with the Catholic
Church. Christianity condemns the Jews.
Not the Catholic Church, though. The Catholic Church does not. The Catholic Church is very specific on this.
All of a sudden, with 2,000 years, all of a
a sudden, after 2,000 years, the church ends up putting out this opinion that, it's not right to blame the Jews for killing Jesus. Even though they did kill him,
It's not after 2,000 years. So if you
almost 2,000 years.
No, nowhere near 2,000 years. If you knew the history of the church, you would know that this position evolved over time. And they were not always anti-Jewish.
Mostly anti-Jewish and Jewish.
No, they weren't.
The history of
They started as a Jewish sect. They were not anti-Jewish.
The history of
developed over time. And the phenomenon you're talking about is a medieval.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Quit talking to us, fellow Christians, and trying to.
Dude, you can say whatever you
You're
want.
trying. You are trying
history
to manipulate a Christian.
I'm not trying to manipulate
Evil Jewish thoughts.
Keeping the history. You're the one that's denying the Catholic Church.
No, I'm upholding the Catholic Church.
No, you're not.
Dear Jesus, please strike the Satan out of this wicked Jew's body, please, so he can be saved. Amen.
You're going against what the Vatican Council says. You're a heretic. You made Marshall leave.
Praise God.
Pierre leave too?
I think Pierre was moved down, and I think Marshall left.
Praise the Lord.
And Pepe took a chill pill.
So Bavarian, what's your dog in this fight? What you standing on?
Yeah, bro, I fucked with everything that he said. I fucked with Nick Fuentes. And to be honest, I listened to Hitler's speeches in English, and the first 20 minutes made me cry.
Praise be the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
So, Pepe, you're saying you're pro-Hitler?
You didn't know that already? It's like my fucking idol. Holy shit.
So Bavarian, what's the reason you don't like Jews?
Because they captured every single industry, right? From banking to steel to the military industry, like everything, including the media. They social engineer the people with the media, right? So that's why we have feminism, LGBTs, people are retarded. Every problem you can trace back to them. And they fucked up the economy, they run the banks, they're making us poor, we can't afford a home. When 30 years ago, we can do that working at McDonald's. So what happened? They're devaluing the currency, they're making us go to wars. They're fucking up my country. I shouldn't even be here. I should just my own homeland with my oil money. That's how I'm supposed to be living.
If that's true, so Bavarian, if all of that is true, why did they let you own? Why did they let you own a home 30 years ago then?
Bro, if it was affordable.
Right, but why did they allow it to be affordable?
Because the market got
affordable 30 years ago?
Bro, because they didn't manipulate the markets the way that they have today. They didn't
control the markets then, so
all the Jewish speculators, the Jewish hedge fund managers, the greedy Jew.
Right, and before they weren't Jews, but then they suddenly became Jews.
No, the ones that weren't Jews. The one anti-Semite you guys hate so much, Mr. Ford, he even said, I will not pay my employees a wage where they cannot easily afford one of my automobiles. And then his whole problem is because the Jew financiers came in, they're like, we can get some schmeckles out of these people. Let's not pay them these guys a silly living wage. And they tried to teach them all the money.
So Pepe, when did this happen?
I remember, but this happened, bro.
Oh, you don't remember, but you know it happened. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
The international Jew.
You guys
I have a question for you, Mary. You said the Jews did all this stuff, right? So why did they miss indoctrinating you?
You said what?
Why did they?
Because I'm Muslim at the end of the day. I'm Arab. we already know that the Jews are fucked up.
I know, but
So
why did they do?
growing up, I never believed the Holocaust.
You're Catholics and Muslims have immunity through our faiths. We don't come to the Jews like.
Let me talk to him, please.
As a kid, I didn't believe in the Holocaust.
I know, I understand all the stuff you said. I got it. My question is, you are so indoctrinated by this one people group that you are not only if they did not indoctrinate you, what you so focused on.
Bro, they indoctrinate everyone in most of the society.
Like you though, how did you get so indoctrinated by the rhetoric that you say?
Indoctrinated by what rhetoric? I don't get it by Jewish rhetoric?
Yes.
How am I indoctrinated by Jews? I don't support Jews.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute, hold on. You don't support them. I'm speaking religion, you don't support them.
You said what?
How do they make money not participating and giving the money?
When I buy things because they own all the corporations. Well, that's not a choice. I can't live Amish.
You can't live. You could live Amish. Why can't you be Amish?
Well, first of all, I'm not Amish.
You're not. I know. My question goes
I can't really do that. That's hard for me to do. I don't have the money. I don't have
That's an ethno-religion. You can't just join.
Okay, hold on, Betsy, I got it. So,
I own farmland, bro.
I got it. I know that. And do you think all the land around the world are owned by Jews?
No, but I was born here in America, bro.
I know that.
They destroyed my home country by the Jews in America.
Okay, so give me one thing. I just want one thing. What have the Jews destroyed that you know that affects you?
America.
Okay. America.
No. Give me something specific. That's too broad.
So, they did the banking system and the economy. So we can't afford it.
Okay. No. You're doing multiple things. Okay, thank you. Please explain to me, how did the Jews destroy banking?
So, first of all, they monopolized banks, right?
All right. You know what? Right now,
fractional reserve banking.
I got
their banking policies like that. They lend out majority of what's in the bank.
I'll be looking after you for all of this shit, fam. Either one of them.
So I'm asking this last question. This is my last question for you. Do you know how many total Jews there are in the world?
Yeah, 5 of them.
Okay. How many total Jews in the world?
5.
They're like 0.02 of America in the world. In Israel, there's like 15 million. I don't know how much around the world exactly.
No, it's like 16 or 17 million, I think. So
okay. So thanks, Happy. So let's say there's 16 million. There's 8.4 billion people on planet Earth. If what you want me to believe is that these 16 million people is controlling the whole world.
You don't know that they own the slave markets and the slave
No.
Dude, they do not own the slave markets. It's
Hold on, guys.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to say this to you again. You want us to believe that 16 million religious Jews or non-religious Jews run the whole world and work. Okay, hold on. So is that what you're submitting to all of us? I just want to make sure.
I believe that they have monopolies in key industries, and that allows them to act as a state within a state.
So that's exactly what you expect us to believe.
All right.
You expect us to believe on a planet of 8 billion people and 16 million people?
before anything, can I ask you one question?
Let's get back to specifics.
Can I ask you one question?
States goes back to 1781. So don't give me this BS that the Jews were behind it.
I said that's one of their policies.
You controlled
Yeah, but you're
humanity
wrong.
in the 1700s.
It's just crazy. It goes back to one. So there's always been fractional reserve banking in the United States. It's not because of the Jews. It's nothing to do with the journey because they had to touch interest rates, so you shoved the Jews into doing it. So there are a lot of people who are Jewish in banking, but they don't control anything. They don't control anything.
They made the Civil Rights Act and the immigration policies. They brought meaning to this.
They create the immigration policies in the United States.
Jews control the immigration policy?
Perhaps there's a few things. First of all, we can look at the far radical left and the very prominent roles that is a lot of Jews, to say the least, in the U.S. But if you look at the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, that was something that was spearheaded by Jews in particular, and there's several reasons for it. But long story short, Bernard Britt, whatever the ADL was called before, they're the ones who had really pushed for it. They ended up getting somewhat of a coalition, mainly with Italians, because the nation of the national quota that we had for the nation of origin, which favored Western Europe, disfavored Southern and Eastern Europe. And so they ghostwrote a book. Jews did feel uncomfortable living in a country that was largely homogenous, where they were racist. Those kinds of populations that usually turned on them. And also, they felt like there was a great injustice done when ships were turned back from Germany and Eastern Europe, where Jews ended up basically having to face the Holocaust. So those were their main motivations, I guess you could say. But yes, that was largely, I'll just use the term, spearheaded by Jews. Civil Rights Act, that was the quote-unquote white people that were with Dr. Martin Luther King. Jews in the ADL brag about this. I mean, that's widely known. They did take a very leading role in civil rights. So, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know much, Pepe. Try reading a history book sometime. I'd like to answer the question of, why are you jealous of Trump? That's really just a fake title, kind of like a lot of the bullshit that Pepe says about Jews, because he's got a limited scope of understanding and very limited awareness of who the Jews are, what they do, when everybody's personal lives is all about. Pepe just spreads his misinformation and hate speech because he's low IQ and he's got brain rot. But the truth about Trump is that everyone on this app, from liberal to Democrat, anybody with hate in their heart is merely projecting onto our glorious orange president because he's evergreen. Evergreen means catch-all. And so if you hate something about yourself, many people project that onto Trump, and that's called racist. Hitler clearly was a boxer for too long, and he's got brain mush, brain rot. That's where the actual hard part of the frontal cortex dissolves and liquefies, and you become the R word, very much like Pepe and other R word people who spend 40 hours a week thinking. Hello?
Bro was yapping, I swear to God.
Yapping.
Could not follow it.
Because he doesn't speak English. That was a good roast. Gotta record all these good roasts, you know?
Is this really going or not? Is it down?
That's all.
Oh, look at that. I got a heart from Miriam. Because Bavarian, I hear, obviously doesn't speak English. Couldn't understand a word I said. And so, again, if you are living your life and you don't like the J words, well, do you know how much history there is to actually sort through and look up? I was putting some links in the chat about when Americans, for the first time, went to war against the Muslims in Tripoli because these cocksuckers were running slave rackets and they wanted America to pay them their jizya. And you know what? That Ummah, we busted their asses and we got our soldiers back, but we still paid them $60,000 when our commander said, fuck that, don't give them nothing. So there's always conflict, and not many people know that America actually went to war with France after the French Revolution, and they killed their king. And we said, all right, well, your loan is canceled, and now, because you're attacking us, we are going to wage war against France. You see how political treaties and allies can change overnight? In the same way that I hope you'll stop your Jew hate. It's so stupid. Try reading a fucking book. Try doing something with your life instead of screaming into a conference call that you think the J words are in control of all the industries and making your life miserable. Sounds to me like you're just a fucking complainer. A chronic, complaining little cunt that needs to go to the gym and read a book and do something with your life. Try to be productive. Hello? Try playing music. Maybe you're going to want to get a music instrument one day, and maybe you're going to want to start a band. Because you can make more money in music and create libraries of music than J-word hate speech all day. What do you think about that, you fucking loser?
Maybe you're gonna want to start a band.
Not many people like the Beatles, but at least they didn't spread hate messaging all day long because their brains were the size of my fucking testicle. You know, you got little brain syndrome. You need to be creative in life. You can't just go around complaining all the time like Pepe. That makes you pathetic. No woman can respect a man that screams into his phone J-word hate speech all day or even N-word speech all day. Hello? Hello? This is the John Kitover Band bringing you your reverse-engineered anti-Semitic reverse hate speech propaganda of the day to defeat the low IQ rats.
Talk about the music industry. Don't Jews use the music industry to spread degeneracy to Christians? Don't they spread porn?
Don't the Muslims call all the non-believers the enemy and they got to pay a jizz tax, a tribute to their ummah? Sounds to me like the Democrats, basically. In-group, out-group. I want liberty. And you know what? That means I get to consume what I want to consume. That means I get to think what I want to think, feel what I want to feel, say what I want to say. I'm not a Muslim, okay? I'm free. I'm in America, and we wage war against the Muslim pirates, the slave masters of Islam, the blackmailers and the blood-money Muslim hustlers, the terrorists, the mafia. We'll fight them all. Hello?
Invade and conquer parts of Europe. They opened the castle gates for the Muslims in Iberia. And Muslims had it for 800.
And guess what year it is right now, motherfucker? It's 2026, and we will blow up any cocksucking terrorist Muslim motherfucker and send them straight back to Allah. Hello?
When the Spanish Inquisition was happening, they picked out both the Jews and Muslims together because the Jews were helping the Muslims conquer Spain.
Oh yeah, post the link to that, big guy. Let's read your history. Guess what? Guess what the racist Christians of Spain did when they kicked the Muslims out? They were like, you know what? Let's kick them all out because we hate everybody. That's what happened, man. It's not because the Jews were conspiring to overthrow the Christians. Besides, again, it's 2026 and we got a constitutional Republican form of democracy here. I don't know what century you live in, you fucking Muslim rat, but it's 2026, bitch, and you better come in compliance or we will send the Marines back into your country to teach you a lesson that you will never forget. Hello?
Hey, Goldstein, what is going on around here? Thanks for the harmonica, Goldstein. Oh no, I heard it. Trust me, I heard it. We'll talk about it in a second. That was one of the ages. Oh my gosh. Edward was knowing that I ended up liking. Hey Edward, don't the Jews spread the jealousy with the entertainment industry?
I'm sorry. Hold on, 1 second. Bergen, what do you say?
Don't the Jews spread degeneracy with the entertainment industry that they have a monopoly on?
I have no clue. Where do you get that information from?
So do the Jews have a monopoly in Hollywood?
I have no clue. I don't know what you
have no clue?
No, do you know what you know?
The obvious answer, though, is they do have a monopoly on Hollywood.
Happy, hold on. I'm going to be honest with you. I've never met a Jew who owns anything in Hollywood. The music or anything else. I don't know them. So how can I claim that I don't know? I don't know, guys. I'm being honest with you.
How many shekels did they pay you, bro?
Okay, first of all, I'm trying to be real with you, and I know that you like comedy, but I'm not a comedian, okay? I'm going to say to you again, I don't know a Jew that owns anything in Hollywood. I don't know a Jew that put out anything to generate. I don't know them. Never met.
I don't know them personally either, but people like Harvey Weinstein.
I know. Hold on, sir.
What about Dan Schneider?
Okay, listen to me.
You don't know these people? What are you talking about?
No, I don't know them.
You don't know Steven Spielberg?
Okay, hold on, guys. I'm going to say this to you again. If you believe that you can just get on any speaker or mic and just talk because you've heard of a name or something in the media, and now you're going to go out and actually proclaim it, it shows people how much more that you have zero evidence of anything. Just talk, people. Okay?
See, anybody can do ad hominem filibustering if you got no fucking life. If you come on a conference call to just create hate speech communication.
So, a Jew ended up responding. I forget which mainstream publication this was. He's like, no, actually, he's correct. We do run Hollywood. And those that ran all the major studios, all Jewish. No, Jews they were the pioneers, the founders of Hollywood. So, they infiltrated and did something, but and took it over. But that is one.
I know. Let me ask you a question, Pepe. You said they run it, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So you're telling me that everybody that works in Hollywood is made to work there?
That doesn't change the fact of who ultimately
where I work, correct?
Yeah. So.
And I don't work in Hollywood. I know no Jew in Hollywood. I don't know anything about the music they're putting out. And you know what? I don't choose to work in that industry or profession. So I hear you loud and clear. But what you asked me, and Bergen asked me, do I know this? I do not have any first-hand evidence of who runs anything.
Okay.
I don't.
Forget it.
I posted something in the chat.
Let's tell you that we're telling you that the Jews have a monopoly in the entertainment industry, like music and the freaking Hollywood, even news, and they socially engineer the public. They spread degeneracy.
In like your opinion, right? Because there's a lot of black musicians that might take, offense at what you say in Bavarian. You spreading a lot of Jew hate and a lot of bullshit. You should try to check your own society and your own culture before you start.
They don't understand what I say on Twitter. niggas nothing.
Hey guys, if I
Nigga,
can,
hell
I will.
Hitler.
Okay, one more time. I drop you guys because listen, I have no shame. Please.
I'm here trying to say something. I don't know why they keep coming off the mic. Every time I say something, somebody come.
I did join the room.
Hello, lady.
Yeah, moderators. Bavarian just said Heil Hitler. I think that's pretty fucking racist. You should probably take that racist motherfucker to the go.
So, this is what I want to do. I'm going to let Lady go, and then I like Matt and King to get into what happened this afternoon in their conversation, okay? So go ahead, Lady, and then we're going to go right to Matt. He's going to introduce our friend King.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting. But I did post a link in the chat called Hollywoodism and the American Dream. It's a link you can look up on YouTube on how the Jews created Hollywood. It's a very, very interesting documentary about how they created like television, entertainment during that time. And this happened like after the First World War, which was dealing with like Germany and I forget the other country they were born with. I don't know if it was the U.S., but I think it was the U.S. and Germany. I know the U.S. was a part of it, but anyway, it definitely deals with how they started to curate and create entertainment, because that was during the time when the first black and white read was made and all of that stuff, and making movies, and they created blackface and all of those things. So all of that.
Don't forget the technology involved to actually distribute, manufacture, produce films at scale, not just all the negative shit you're talking about.
I'm not almost done. But I wanted to say, yeah, but just I wanted to say, like, the Khazarians and the Khazars is really what they make up of themselves, because they don't consider themselves white. Like American, like they despise white men, like American white men. They control any outlets that influence large groups of people in our land there.
Thank you for your intelligent.
I'm going to take a Berlin. 1 second. Okay, this is Berlin. Did you hear what I said is going to happen? I'm going to let her speak, and I'm going to turn it over to Matt. Okay, I'm going to copy her community because I don't have any information on it yet. I want to go through it now. So go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Edward. Thank you. Ken, do you want to start with the Kona?
Yeah, Ro Khanna. So Congressman Ro Khanna will be, and this is breaking. I have several people have spoken to him, trying to wait for actual documented evidence, but he's going to, right now, he's pushing hard. He's getting money from donors in India and other places to push hard for H-1B legislation to increase the number of H-1Bs in this country. And he and Thomas Massie plan on exonerating Donald Trump to get Donald Trump to say, to push the bill and move it forward. So basically their plan is to say, hey, we'll tell everyone that your name is not in the files and your name is not anywhere if you back this legislation to increase the number of H-1Bs in this country. Now, I don't know what Massie gets out of it, but apparently that's the plan. And there's a ton of money coming into him, let's just put it that way. And he has his wife has estates and has a lot of that he claims he has no visibility into, but she has like a multi-millionaire both in India and also in the United States. So yeah, so I don't know how he's getting the money, but that's all I know. So I just want to share that. And then you want to talk about what happened this morning, Matt?
Yeah, so I off and on studied. I don't know the whole story of what was going on, but if you want to give some of the backstory, go for it. I mean, that was just like I heard it. That was incredible. Go ahead.
Yeah. So everyone's friend Ben was in Patty's room, and
And basically, so this guy came up, I forgot what that guy's name was, but he made a comment saying, the way Donald Trump, he was talks to media and talks to reporters is horrible. A president should be more respectful when they're talking. I said, like, yeah, Donald Trump talks horribly to reporters, true. But, like, other presidents have talked horribly as well. So, to have this expectation that they're always going to be respectful is ludicrous. And he said, no, it was only Trump. No one else did that. So then Ban, and I said, what are you talking about? Like, then Ban jumps in to try to defend him. What are we talking about? Are you trying to compare, like, Joe Biden and all that I went through, Biden basically cursing on a hot mic to Peter Doocy, and he goes, but then he apologized. I'm like, okay, so their natural intent is to do those things. And then, he also was pretty rude to Caitlin Collins. He goes, are you trying to equivocate that? I said, no, I'm not equivocating that. I said, the way Donald Trump talks to them is horrible. We could debate whether that's warranted or not, based upon what they're doing to him and what they're saying. But yeah, the way he talks is horrible, sure. Right? And should he talk that way? Probably not if they're being genuine and honest. But then he just went. And he was going nitpicking over, like, I sent him a source about, what the White House did to journalists under Biden, and had a quote from you were there for that, Matt, and had a quote from the president of the White House Correspondents. And he's like, oh, well, it's not the president. I said, dude, the source says it on the bottom. He goes, no, it's a different timeline. He wasn't. I'm like, dude, it says it on the article. Like, what the fuck? He goes, oh, he wasn't president at that time. I said, so then Fox News is gaslighting. No, they're not. I said, well, then, are they telling the truth? That's not what it says. I said, read the article. It says that in there. And he tried to change the whole thing because he was trying to defend Biden. It was pretty
It was classic goat, you know what I mean? And the things that you, like you were saying, I love the part where you were saying, well, did Biden say that? Remember all the times you asked Ban that? Because what Ban does is he what's the word? Not touches it up. I'm just gonna
He projects.
Yeah, well, not only that, it just like he'll say stuff that people didn't say, right? He has a way with language.
Right.
If you listen to him, so he'll put his spin on what we know what Biden really said, and just do a whole different narrative around what he said.
No, it's because she said, do you think, Vladimir Putin should do this? So she asked him a question, and he got upset. No, it's the context of, he didn't. I said, dude, you just said she didn't ask a question, and now you're saying it's because she asked a question. That's not what I'm saying. There's context. When he says, you're stupid because the way I said, did he say that? Like, did he actually say that because you asked this, or did he just say you're stupid? Like, you're stupid. Like, it doesn't make sense. And so he just was trying to justify it. And, whatever. In the end, I was like, I'm not going to put it wrong. Yeah. I in the end relented because number one, I had to get back to work. Yeah. No, I was like, look, I gotta go. All right, you're right. I shouldn't have called you stupid. Fucking piece of shit. What if I called you? Yeah, you're right. I was wrong. Let's move on. Okay, yeah, you're right. I was wrong, man. You feel better, all that. And just move on. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. The spirit is tricky. No, that's not what I was saying. I said, you made the comment. This guy made the premise that you were trying to hurt me, trying to say you're equating the Jew. You're trying to say, no, I'm not trying to equate it. My premise is that Donald Trump is to say, he's ruder than any other president. Now I didn't say this, but we can talk about the merits of why he is, and he's ruder. That's a fact. He's ruder. He's more of a jerk to reporters. as anyone else. He uses horrible language to talk about them compared to any other president. But at the same time, you know, I mean, you can't say that no president does it. Everyone has been respectful in talking to the orders. You can't say
that was your point. By the way, that's your whole point. Needs to be end. If you're saying that both, all presidents have been disrespectful.
Yeah, and Trump, and I said, look, I conceded it. Yeah, Trump is worse. That's what I said. Trump is worse than him. But to make this premise that they should be respectful at all times, which is what this guy is saying. Like, were you outraged when Biden was like, oh, then Ban says, oh, you give only 2 examples. To say that he was horrible with 2 examples, dude, the guy was cherry picking his questions. He was
Because all you pay attention to is the media. You need to pay attention to the facts, not the media. Pay attention to the facts. Stay away from it. You need to, you're like, y'all need to download Newsmax.
Oh, yeah, because they're not buying it.
Literally, straight up. Newsmax. Go on Newsmax and you don't have, you choose who you want to listen to. You choose who you want to listen to, like you choose how you want to listen to me.
No, but check this out. Like honestly, like even Newsmax is a like too. I mean, in news too, in a way, for our side, in that way. So I mean, it's hard to find like down the middle, like somewhat reasonable. But yeah, what I was gonna say was, I mean, for how much shit Trump does get from the media. I mean, is the number 90% negative coverage? Is that real? You know, anybody know that?
negative coverage. But then, people like Dan will say, yeah, but he's got a whole network. Like, look at what he does with Laura Ingram and all this stuff. And I was going to go down this road, but then I was like, if you guys were on stage, at least had a couple more people on stage, I would have done it.
Yeah.
Like, I was going to go down this road of saying, look, you want to go through this? We can let's play this game.
That's a wrong area to be in. I don't know why anybody would want to challenge us in the media area. I mean, that's been
Matt,
my biggest thing so far is they've been complicit.
Well, Matt, they'll say Fox News on the list. The thing to be very clear on, and you can do it right now, Google Fox News nightly lineup, right, and you'll see that they don't consider 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. as news. They don't. But they call Abby Phillips news. They call, CNN calls Abby Phillips news. Right?
What's that dude? The guy they always...
Yeah, Anderson Cooper. They call him news. Wolf Blitzer. Yeah, Donald, they call him. They call Caitlin Collins, they call her news, right? So they call these guys news, right? Now on Fox, they have Brett Baer. Brett Baer is probably their only true news anchor, and he's at 6 or 7, right? They have the 5 before that, which is like a talk show type thing, right? So to say that, well, look at Fox. Fox has a lot of viewers, but they're more about entertainment. It's like WWE, right? You watch it's entertainment. Right? So yes, they're talking about these events, they're talking about news, they're clear that our news is they call it their opinion section. They don't call Laura news anchor. In fact, if there's news to be broken, she gets interrupted by an anchor who comes and says, here's what occurred. And
Laura's the
right.
So how does anybody consider him a non-biased source? I mean, if you guys ever listen to that guy, I mean, it's just constant diarrhea, TDS on his part. I mean, I don't understand how anybody can think that anything that he's saying is not like completely biased. You know what I mean? And that's played all day over the Lisa 420 Lounge. I'm like, oh my god, like at least be like somewhat reasonable. Like I don't even think that guy's brought up one thing about Trump that's somewhat reasonable. That was my point. it's really bad. It's really like why can't I say that that's a propaganda arm of the media? Like, why can't I?
Had a media that was complicit, except for us, that was complicit in covering up for President of the United States' mental condition because it was the right thing to do because it would make the Donald Trump faction excited. It would give him a reason to win. It would allow Republicans to take charge. So they made a knowing effort to say we're going to mislead the American public on this. And then you have Jake Tapper come out and write a book after the election. Because why write it? Because if we write it beforehand, then it could impact, and acting like he didn't know about this all the time. Meanwhile, these guys were complicit. See, it's interesting because people are still holding Jake Tapper in reverence. They're still holding Nora O'Donnell. I mean, what's his name? Ben was going off about, look at how she spoke. I don't know if you heard that shit, but, look at what she says. Dude, you don't ask the question the way you ask it. Like, what do you mean? How should she ask it? She asked about his intentions. And I said, really? That was his intention? And he told me when I got him on that. I said, okay, let's read the manifesto. And then I read other intentions, which had to do with, bombing children. Oh, she didn't read that. He goes, oh, sorry, she didn't read that. Then I was like, he talked about other crimes. Yeah, those go under crimes, don't they? So yeah, she did mention it. I said, oh, she didn't, bro. She mentioned one specific paragraph because she wanted to do a gotcha to Donald Trump and try to do that. She wasn't asking because the public deserved to know. If she wanted to, she could have read the whole manifesto. She goes, well, probably she didn't have time. I said, dude, I could read it to you right now in 2 minutes. Are you saying she doesn't have 2 minutes of time to come on? So what happens is people don't want to accept, especially on the left, that the media does this on purpose because it's the only way they can get their message out. Nobody wants to listen to their shit. Nobody wants to listen to Abby Phillip talk. Nobody wants to listen to these people, right? And so, they play this game. And I think it's important, Matt, that we hold that account. In fact, I would say we should do one room every month or every week or something on holding the media accountable and just talk about the most egregious reporting of media.
For social media too, like all of it, not just. Yeah, I mean, I think, and that's a great point, because going into this next cycle of elections coming up, it's not that far away. I mean, 2 years flies pretty quickly. We're gonna have to be getting to that mode of holding things accountable again. You know what I mean? So you might as well start doing it again. You're completely right on that. So.
And look at the gaslighting that's happening. I mean, right now there was, you look at how the media and the propaganda of the Democratic Party has shaped some of the shit going on in this world is incredible. You have the German chancellor who's saying that Iran is essentially winning the war, right? Which is absolutely ludicrous. I mean, no, even Wall Street Journal won't say that. But you have the German chancellor saying why? Because they're reading shit that Hakeem Jeffries and others are talking about. And I think the problem here, honestly, is if you look at it, as a reporter asked Hakeem Jeffries, one reporter said, hey, your name is mentioned in the Epstein files. Are you going to return the money that was collected by donations? They mentioned once, your name was, we didn't even know that was an article, and then moved on and asked another question. Done, right? Did what? I mean, is he going to say, hey, Bill Clinton, seemed to do events for Democrats, and his name is all over the Epstein file. Are you guys going to disavow Bill Clinton? Like, even Fox won't ask that. Why is there certain areas we don't go? Well, they go there with Donald Trump. You won't go there with them. Like, those are the problems that I have with the media, is that they seem to pick and choose when they ask the questions and how hard they answer. And yet that Chinese chick, the one that was the White House response, like, Donald Trump, when he was there, he basically, and she was like nice. He was like, are you okay? And like he was like making sure she was all right. And his name, CNBC or something, and he says the next day Donald Trump calls us up. Trump calls him, says, hey, he's like, yes. I'm like, first part of me is like, Trump, you should just say fuck you to these guys, right? At the same time, he's like, hey, you were right. Apparently, and she's not talking about it, but I heard from someone I know who knows him that Trump reached out and said, hey, Caitlin, I know you were supposed to get recognized today. Why don't you come one day to the White House? Meet some of the team here. Press shop will take you out. You guys can have some food or whatever here. And invited her to come one day to the. Now she won't talk about it because will be blah blah blah. But and people say, well, anyone would do that. Well, true, but would Hitler do it? I mean, you guys call him Hitler, right? So would Hitler do that? And so it's just it's mind-boggling.
Maybe I'd be less on the media if, say, in that 60 watch, but if maybe there was, maybe a question that is actually somewhat of interest to everybody. But that makes sense, right? Not just one side. We don't get that anymore. Even as cheesy as it might sound, just asking him about what does he think about the country and where do you think we're going? That's a simple question that never gets asked anymore. I think if you go back 10, 15, 20 years, you'll see a reporter ask the president that kind of question. You know what I mean? Whatever happened to those kind of questions? All is now
social media out in the world of how many cat lines happen and trying to get
and people with money
and they want to make money.
Back in these people who say
yeah, I mean they want to make money. And so you're looking at right. Everyone wants a headline. You look at it at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Shots fired, and the shooter's dead. The shooter's dead, and then they're wrong. But what bothers me is the media doesn't say, hey guys, we made it. Hey, we made a mistake. We wrongly reported that the shooter was dead. They just go, oh, so there's alive. Okay, and they don't go and say, hey, we were.
Who's your friend? That's bullshit.
What's interesting about Patty's room, is Patty eats her own. She was screaming at some woman about, you didn't even say nothing about the motherfucking ballroom. Hello?
But CNN is kind of pushing Brad. CNN also kind of in some ways correct.
You know for a fact. Brad, I'm not ready to go. Just asking. He's trying to do. Why do you know it for a fact? Yeah. Well, now you're being mean. Now you're being mean. Now you're being dogmatic. Are you upset? All I did was question. Baseline. All I did was question. I'll let you go in a second. Let's have. Why are you baseline, dude? Why are you so? You don't know this guy, right? You always get. Why are you so mad, dude? Calm down. It's okay, bro. Okay,
but baseline. Hold on a second. Baseline. You're just interrupting the conversation. So, I will move you to the audience. So just shut your fucking slurp pipe, okay, and stay on mute. Okay.
Well, that was Jesus Christ. I didn't want to fight tonight. I
discussion. I had a long day at work. I've got to figure out a $250,000 fucking cost savings for somebody. So, I mean, shit. But in the vein, back to our original discussion, I agree with you. Post the podium speech, which, by the way, hats off to the guy showing up in tuxes. I think that's how our president should fucking look all the time. But I loved how he was flanked by men. Just they came out like ballers, like let's go. But they basically, I agree with you. The MSNBC and then the morning after what was going on this morning was just bullshit. And then the whole crying about Jimmy Kimmel getting his ass canned. I agree with you all the way on that one. But at the time, I think there was just a lot of confusion in the ballroom and around the area and in the law.
So Jimmy Kimmel, just clear, he made the comment that Trump being a widow. But that's like, you don't do that.
I don't think that's funny. Like, could you imagine? I don't know who's like fucking no late night host would have dare said shit on Obama like that. We would never have come up with that. Like, I would never said, "Oh, Michelle Obama looks like she's about to be a widow." Like, nobody would have thought of that's I think it's the bio. That's what now. But he's not even press. He's a shit. I personally say keep him on because we won Michigan. I mean, it literally is.
Well, Brad, the thing that bothers me is this, right? And we as Republicans don't do this, right? And even our media doesn't do this, but our Republicans should do it too, right? You know how every time something happens, they ask a Republican or they ask Trump to disavow, right? No one is doing that. Like, Dana Bash tried on CNN with Raskin. Do you feel responsible for your rhetoric? And then Raskin said, well, I don't know what you're talking about. What rhetoric? Well, I got no problem with Donald Trump and blah, blah. And then she said, well, you called him a Nazi. Well, I mean, this and that's it. Then they just ended and move on. Say, well, we asked for a question with John. They didn't say, you have what's his name?
That was crazy. He doubled down.
Yeah, he doubled down about what?
King Jeffries just recently, wait, didn't he double down this morning, or was it Sunday?
He literally said
Warfare, yeah, there you go.
And he doubled down. And that's acceptable, right? And so why is everyone not going to Schumer and going to every other Democrat and say, do you move on? Because if we keep asking them that, then one of them is going to get caught in something. And it's just like with Swallow One, right? They cover up all the
Wait. That's a good point. Did any Republican come out and say anything as a blanket target towards the Democrat Party about Swallow?
never.
No. Is there any? No. Not even Trump. Trump didn't say anything. So, like, again, they get a pass on this, and then as soon as we do, because, he swallows well, especially what Fang said, I mean, like, I just don't get it, and I'm sick and tired of it. Like, I don't like turning the other cheek anymore. I'm just tired. Everybody's tired.
Hello?
Trump should take advantage of this and flip the tables on the media, or at least the people that's in front of him at any given moment, and ask them if they support the manifesto. It's really simple.
Exactly.
At the bottom of that, it's saying that he's a pedophile, that he's a rapist, and all these other things. And they've been saying that, so they just get them on record.
The 60 Minutes with the bullshit or whatever that interview was.
It's also Jamie Raskin.
And she was reading it out for viewers to do. And Trump, the way he responded was just hard. And I said, "What do you mean? Like, she missed a piece of it." No, she was reading his motive. And then I was like, "No, that was a piece of it. That was his motive." I said, then I read the rest of the thing, and I said, he talks about the death of children. That's not in there. He goes, "Well, maybe it is, it doesn't matter." And so basically, she did it purposely to put him in a box. Now, the problem is that this is going to be the thing that she was doing it to tell Democrats, "Hey, run about this, right? Run on this." And so that's why Trump is not pushing the manifesto, because it mentions these comments about, pedophile and all this stuff, right? And on the side note, Brad, which I think you'll find interesting, I don't know if you were here earlier when I put the news about Congressman Ro Khanna is taking money from Indian-backed organizations
I know about that.
for the H-1B, to push the H-1B program, and him and Tom and Massey are planning on going to Trump and saying, "We will exonerate you with the Epstein files if you push this." And push the H-1B, increase of H-1B program, and probably Trump will do it. But, I'm just meaning saying that your name is not in the files and you're not a pedophile.
I don't know.
I know.
They will come out.
But he's not in there. That's the whole thing. Like, that's the.
Yeah, that's what
There's no lead. Like, even with, like, what is there left? Like, maybe 13, 15% of the files haven't been released. Okay. So, magically. But there's no commonality threat. Like, it's been ran through every AI fucking algorithm to find anything associated with it. They have teams of people still pouring over it, looking at it. That you don't have that, like, signed, sealed, delivered. Like, it's only Trump, and they're not going after anybody else. They're not locking up anybody else. They're not targeting anybody else on that list. They're not protesting at anybody else's front. It's only Trump that matters. And at this point, I would tell Trump, like, you guys don't give a fuck about the Epstein list. The only thing you cared about was whether my name was associated with him in any kind of way, but you were upset about it. And that shit. And just to make it look out like that, you let Hillary do her grandstand or Benghazi tears again.
So do you think Kash Patel is not the man to bring charges because, the power? So how is Donald Trump not going to fire Kash Patel and put a warrior in there? Kick me from the room to the goo. Kick me from the room to the goo. They don't want to hear me say the truth. So they kick me to the goo. They know it's true. Why do they kick me to the goo? Why is Brad Stauffenberger denying a $250,000 claim for a child? What up, Sam? They kicked me to the goo.
Yeah, you're bringing up some pretty interesting points into the Matrix.
I know. They don't want me to participate in their Matrix experience. So here we are, responding. This is why I record everything, because it's like, what's the point of doing all this?
Don't give Trump this credit, but so many times we've fallen for this trap as conservatives, Republicans, Trump.
It's so funny how, like, everybody's Republican now, and people are just like, what do they call it? Fucking fair weather fans.
The meme.
Yeah.
The meme. When he hangs out with the Nawaji's, right? And that fellow group of, he totally, like, sells out Trump. And now, when this happens, it's like he reverses his policy. He goes to supporting him again.
Yeah, Naveen is a super fair weather fan, but he does provide some interesting gossip that I will say that he's somehow privy to. You know, some relationships he has. Welcome, Miriam.
Hi guys. I support Trump for 100%.
100%, always, forever, right? Well, see, that room is just like super boring now. It's called open discussion, but I mean, there's just like, anyways, it's not that big of a room, anyways. There's very few people in there. It's just Marshall Stankin Rankin in his cheetah jacket.
Dude, oh, that reminds me of like this one time in college, university, biology class. I had to take off like this little shoes, and her feet were orange. What? I just
But for some reason, I support Trump. He should give me some things.
Do you have any wisdom to share, Miriam?
No, he should to come to kiss my ass first. And then I negotiate with him.
You think you would get that far?
Huh?
You think you would get that far? I don't think President Trump would kiss your ass.
No. He say that. He say that. He should do that.
Well, I never heard him say kiss my ass.
No. I hear everything. Okay, that's enough for me. And then
I want liberty. And you know what? That means I get to consume what I want to consume. That means I get to think what I want to think, feel what I want to feel, say what I want to say. I'm not a Muslim, okay? I'm free. I'm in America, and we wage war against the Muslim pirates, the slave masters of Islam.
So, you know, I've always voted Republican. I've never voted Democrat once, and never thought I ever heard a Democrat speaker ever say anything that I considered to be truthful. It always seems to be a lie, no matter what they say. And so I've never ever found myself in a position to want to vote for a Democrat. And I've voted in I think every major election of all time. I mean, I voted in the Green Party once for Roseanne Barr because I figured, you know, Roseanne isn't going to lie. So let's vote for Roseanne.
The press secretary.
No.
Like all the stochastic terrorism that's being sprung up by the Democrats.
No, do explain.
This was a part of the manifesto from that guy. When you read the manifesto of the shooter, this is
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt asked herself, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every single day?
Now that I ate your Black Homes, that was in Boyle Heights.
We smoke hookah, we smoke cannabis, it's chill.
Yeah, but you guys were they're very perplexed by me, Neo, because the thing is I'm stuck in their fucking time loop algorithm because they can't fucking figure me out. They can't diagnose me, and so they've got all their behavioralists in there and all their stuff, and they're just like, wait a minute, okay,
You're too advanced.
exactly, and so I'm stuck with them fucking with them. And then I got so stuck with them that I'm like, oh my god, did I just uncover what is going on right here? Oh, okay, so now I've been stuck here. Thank you, Neo, for confirming.
Sometimes really good reasons for that, but I agree with you. Sometimes it's bullshit.
You have to take the cumulative total of a lot of little things. Oh boy.
And it also shows how little we actually know about medicine, the human body, and health.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Joe, I would say the exact opposite. I'd say we actually know a tremendous amount about health and how to keep it, how to preserve it, how not to destroy it. For example, the COVID-19 jab, that shows obviously we're completely ignorant as a population about how to actually maintain your health and not get lied to and hypnotized and propagandized with lotteries and Good Morning America, this is sponsored by Pfizer, etc. What do you think about that, Joe? Hello?
So, Alistair, I was disappointed to not see you on the list of politicians that have been banned or political hopefuls that have been banned from different establishments, such as like the Hard Rock or different restaurants. I thought I'd find you on there, and apparently not. It was hard. Hello?
Hello?
I've never had anybody come up to me and say, hey, are you John Kitover, that guy that ran for Congress? No, not yet. But I have had somebody come up to me and say, hey, are you that guy from Snapchat?
said crazy. It sounds like you want to have a discussion with somebody else.
ones that are actually acting like kings. They're the ones that put these unelected bureaucrats in place to control your lives through many different mechanisms, from finance to geopolitics to health to even what you think. They control what you think. Well, what you think is based on what you see.
Fucking any type of gaslighting or fucking mental fucking bullshit.
Sam, David Romero, Aisha Sidney, JCCC, and we were all wrong. And you were right.
That's right. I'm like ashamed because I'm like really thought it was right, but I'm not.
Sorry, Randolph. We
What
got it
up,
wrong.
Wallace?
We're only good.
Is that room over?
I can't associate myself with you. This is like those motherfuckers are not nice. Like I'm gonna roll out like you, and I'm gonna be the same. And you know what? I was before you was. And you know what? I came on here on Clubhouse, and I totally changed myself, and I was gonna be attacking person. I was gonna be real. Of course. The outcome we should like is that we stop them from being belligerent towards, ourselves. Primarily because we're the United States.
It's Pepe's world. It's a Pepe world of the bonus Pepe episode. In Pepe's world.
I got control. That's not the outcome. Well, you don't even know, John. The Strait of Hormuz has been shut down. What a fucking... What are you saying?
All right, everybody, welcome back to another exciting episode in the Progressive Movement House. This is another episode of Pepe Never Shuts Up!
I've been reading poetry and I've been doing the best for myself. And you don't even know that. John, that's my experience of following you. Who was me? I'm trying to figure out. Oh, it's Marshall. Man, you got a problem. Man, you my brother. All that's about I think my was that Trump does stuff about money. So he's dead. Because he's in the market. Guess what I am? You must. In the markets. I look at what he says and what he literally does is two different things. Because when it gets to I'm not one of his delinquents.
Why don't you just update your PTR with my photo? It'd be so funny.
At the end of the day, we got bills to pay, right? So at the end of the day, even though he got bills to pay
in the markets, you recognize there's a difference of greed and fear. And it took a long time for me because I trade and I invest. Invest means I just buy stocks and crypto and stuff that I can, because inflation is a reality. So when you talk about the Strait of Hormuz, we are all in monopoly. I don't know if any of you, I'm almost 60 now. It's play Monopoly a lot. So our dollars, literally, is nothing but monopoly, subject to inflation. So you may say, what does that mean? That means that dollars don't mean nothing unless it's backed by something. And in does the dollar stand for oil? So why oil? Well, because before Saudi Arabia was Saudi Arabia was Arabia. Saudi.
Cahoots! Seriously. I learned that in law school, and what that means is that we got the biggest army and we can bomb your ass. That's what that means. Well, because there's two things that happened right after World War II after we dropped two freaking nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Okay? So what that happened was that put a whole bunch of people on notice that don't let that happen to you. Okay? So everybody came to have a treaty and to sign that shit. So we became
my point. But
mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. My head, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother, my father. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red flag of rivers, the sign given of unsaving need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, with gold of blessing I that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I
mother, my father is dead. My mother told me we labor and pain and fear by my body. I evolved free mind is the garment of white soul with gold. The flashing of light that I wear by my robe. I evolved in my whether of the firmament or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or under the air, or falling air, or of rushing fire. Every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Is the head of the hawk I bear the rose and cross of life and love. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or on my land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be there. don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop leaving. Stop stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Take the night.
Anti-vax like me is not welcome to this stage at
I have lavender stuck in my teeth. Who leaves actual lavender blossoms in a fucking
you know? I'm not that close to her, really. Yeah, actually, that was the first time she was missing from the room in the year, 9 months, and dipping in and out of that room, and nothing was said. I hope she's well. Yeah, me too. You know, there's that whole everyone wants to go where everybody knows your name, but you also like to go where people will notice if you're not there, right? So I kind of noticed her not being around for the last week or so. That's beautifully said. She's well. I don't know, y'all. Is Cal State Dominguez Health? What is that? Is that by Compton? I thought it was by Carson. Is it by Carson? Cal State Dominguez is Carson. Carson, Harbor City. I see where it's located. Well, Carson's not too far from there. Yeah, because they call them Dominguez Hills. That's like a fancy Compton, they call it. No, that's a good school now. When it first opened, they were calling it that, but it's a pretty decent college now. What did he get from Dominguez? What kind of his master's? Yeah, no, he got his master's. Yeah, that's true, Amari, because I have not been looking at the news all day. I'm like running the room on clips because I've been sitting here trying to figure out what's going on. So he graduated from Dominguez. I thought he went to what's his school? What was it? Holly Pomona? Where did he go? Caltech. He went to Caltech. Bachelor's from Caltech. Okay, Caltech. Okay. Yeah, Caltech. That's Pasadena, right? Yeah, that's Pasadena. And that's a good school, right? Caltech? That's like on top. Better than Holly Pomona? Oh yeah. Isn't that like the MIT on the West? Huh? I didn't know that. Yeah, Caltech has got to be in the top 10. Schools nationwide. Well, he's a smart guy. We probably will never, because he's not cooperating, right? So his story, I would love to know. What sent you over the fucking edge? What, because I'm not buying this, whatever it was, me being woke. Did you hear about that group people about him? Do you think Judge Farrell's doing a good job? I mean, I don't want to trigger Haitian, but do you think she's doing a good job, Haitian? I think she's super thirsty. I think she's really super thirsty, and she wants to be seen and heard. And I don't like people like that. If she was smooth, kind of kick back, like, yeah, we're gonna prosecute him to the limits of the law, nobody got but she's super thirsty. We didn't even play the whole interview. She was talking for 8 minutes. I stopped after 3. So I'm sure she's been rattling on. Listen to the Fox interview she gave. That's the one I was playing. She's just really too thirsty.
And then I don't think she likes people of color. I could be wrong. Everything is not about racism. I know. I just keep this vibe from her.
Wow. Well, hopefully, you said Lawrence O'Donnell and Trump is tired of the war tonight.
That's what he said, because as far as the breaking news about the war, he says that the leadership in Iran is out of sorts. But hello, really? You think after they killed everybody? What did you think? I mean, it's just weird that he would even say that after he assassinated supposedly the whole top leader. That's what he said, but I don't believe that either. And he's like, we're gonna cancel these meetings because Iran seems to be out of sorts. That's crazy. So that's the new thing with him. But he wants to end the war. I don't know how this is gonna go down, y'all. This is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. You're not talking to the people. Nobody's. Why he pulled them back, I don't know. The strait is still closed. Gas prices are still going up. How is this going to end?
So, Lisa, you mentioned it. Then there was an article in the New York Times that described the way their leadership is now. And the new Ayatollah, wherever he's located, this part's speculation. There's some speculation that he's in North Korea now, in some sort of hospital wing, like he went from. This is all speculation, But speculation he went to Russia for healthcare after severe injuries, and then from Russia to North Korea. But in any case, the New York Times, they said that the way that the orders are going to and fro the Ayatollah, they're going through so many couriers and deliveries and backways that essentially the IRGC is in control, and so much is delegated to them that even though he's nominally their leader, it takes so long to get communications to and fro him that it really plans to someone else.
And they're the hardliners, so the whole thing's reversed. It's not looking good. And a lot of them from RGC, because he joined when he was 17 and went forward against Iraqi war. So it's not good.
Wait, oh god, I lost it. I hate this computer. Okay, so it says Russia confirms Iran. What was this? That's April the 1st. Okay, so that's not a good one. I was trying to find something a little bit closer to today.
Real quick, so
from any man, or even moves towards him.
Jason Whitlock.
Other death threats to murder, slaughter, and kill people in detail for hours, and people record you doing it. It is against the law. Like we're just Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. Yeah, but I think they're meant to explain it to you. I believe there's only one thing in this world that will.
He says no man should be triggered by the words of another man. It's a sign of
Shitlock literally makes his living off of doing stuff like this. Anytime Shitlock comes like that, and he gets brushed off and doing this. That's what I'm saying now.
How'd you find me? I don't know, I just live here. You live here? Yeah. What's up, bro? What's up? Check. Bro, I just learned a new Polish word and you don't understand me? Says. Yeah, says. Do you want to learn a new word? Yeah, but what new word? What's up, my baby? What's up, Ayana? My baby. You want a piece? Yeah. Thank you. You want one piece? This video made the entire internet explode with rage. Because when this guy went to grab some... You're so mean for that. So for anyone that doesn't know, these are speed bumps. And what they do is if you're going too fast, this right here will drop down. And then you'll like dip into it. See? I think we're all going to speed limit apparently. But anyway, so this will be going and then this will just drop out from under you. And that's the meanest type of speed bump. But also, just as a general note, I've never been to a country that has more speed bumps than freaking Australia. Australia, you're so mean for that. For anyone that... It's down enough, I can hear you. Alright, I'm requesting you to get out of the vehicle so I can do a 3-hour stint with my patrol canine. What's your probable cause? I don't need probable cause. Yes, you do. Nope, not in the state of Florida. Yeah, you do. Alright, get out of the vehicle. Okay, I can get out. Alright, turn off your car, please. What's your name? Thomaston. This is a retaliatory stop. Okay, unlock the car, turn it off, and please exit the vehicle. I already said I am. Did you hear it turn off? I want to watch. I only have to present it, sir. I don't have to hand it over. You guys just don't like it when you're going over the rights, that's all. Get out of my car! No, the dog did not alert because there's no drugs in the car. So you're a liar. The dog just sucks. It sucks. I call you. The chiller is the future of portable beverage cooling. Enjoy hours of ice cold drinks anywhere. Save time, money, and the environment. You must stop this. There is no hope. This is a really bad idea. There's a million coolers. Stop. I'm out. It was a bad presentation. And I think that you have a shot for me to invest. It's not what I'm interested in investing in. So I'm sorry I'm out. I wish you the best. I personally am out. Congrats on what you've accomplished. And love that. I quit. How many languages do you speak? About 3. Which ones? Spanish and a little bit of Chinese. Chinese? Can you say in Chinese? 我岛名是叫 Matthew. 你岛名是叫什么? Friend from Taiwan, come up here real quick. Come on up. I want to see if she knows if she can help us. 我岛名是叫Matthew. 你岛名是叫什么? Is that for you? Then say into the microphone. What did he just say to you? He said, This is perfect. I know you're used to only It's English too. It's all. How many languages? What? Every day, you're not allowed to take a picture? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna send it to you, man. Come on, bro. Yeah, bro. Your teacher tweeting. What's your number so I can take a picture, bro? Alright, you know what? Let's go see him. Hurry up. Yes. Bro, I'm about to be snapping you, bro. What's your Instagram? Oh my god. Yeah. Alright, you're right. I forgot it.
Miss Kuchira, why don't you come have a seat up here? Because I'm going to guess you don't want him anymore, and he can't even probably practice anymore. So we will go on the record. Intermax 24 CM 213. State of Wisconsin versus TC Kuchira. The state appears for District Attorney Kevin Schmidt in person. Miss Kuchira.
Sir, you know how I'm pulling you over? No, sir.
Sorry about that.
Conversation was supposed to be about it's supposed to be about like whether interference by aspects and better, and Jerry was talking about political violence and saying, you know, it's not good extreme and we shouldn't do it. He was trying to keep it kind of top line. So that was
You are a
generally what it was
genius.
about.
And then there's a little bow in the back. Oh my god, you're a genius. Really hard. And it's hard.
Not like going to LaGuardia or something like that.
The God asked him to take care of the loss.
This is crazy.
No. We ordered the Chinese bus from the Lower East Side, so it was something different. But like I told them,
You won't believe what happened.
yeah, they was way, so I thought they did that on train. Oh, that's wild.
They ruled over the East over like the long wall. That's not long as cross country. So
These are the best waffles. Yeah, God, some goes before me.
So wrong. I thought I didn't understand like so like I didn't know that actually like like that also. No, of course. But like they said they got Austin.
Nothing a Jet 2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of four. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Your roof is loaded with snow and it's a liability for the whole neighborhood. You need to shovel it out before someone gets... Oh my gosh.
Your English is very good. How long did it take you to learn English once you got it?
It was really easy because we speak English in Australia.
Thank you. It's such English, such beautiful. Where did you learn to speak so beautifully? Where were you educated? Where? Liberia. Yes, that's very interesting. Beautiful.
What we need to do now is get focused and stop pointing fingers. You're a problem. You're a real problem. What we need to
And he goes, right, okay. And then he takes the knee, and then look at this guy at the back. See him in the corner with the bit. Watch him look over to him and watch what the guy in the bit does. Oh, look at that. What is that about? Yeah. Watch this, right, look.
I'm just trying to start seeing what I don't understand.
Crazy Jones. Crazy Jones forehead. Crazy Jones forehead. Catherine Phillips. Kate Fellows, 210. One more. Nicholas Dennis. Nick Dennis, Falcon Brigade, 82nd, Airborne, walk away.
The buyer thought the cheese seller was trying to short him, so he watched closely, but instead of weighing anything, the old vendor...
Drop this carefully in there without releasing the handle. Once in there, you can't open up all the way.
Flooded from shit that China wants us to be focused on. Hard focus.
Not being killed in war and things like that.
We are a nation of
Nobody's impressed with AI. I don't understand. So all we do is talk about AI, and then when we like actually use it, and then we get.
It's an addiction. It's an addiction.
Is it also you guys have addiction problems?
No, I don't. No. I'm not. Here go the thing, Nisha. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. It's a white son, Nisha.
It's
Definitely.
thank you.
Yeah. But like when I was in China or whatever, like I don't know the China. When I was there, like they teach those children. First of all, they don't let them put social media, right? Maybe Instagram in certain ways, whatever, because they don't let them access Western social media because they know it's addictive. Even the founder of TikTok or whatever said he don't let his kids fucking TikTok. Which like he said that he slipped up and said that in a moment of truth or whatever, he tried to take it back a little bit, but it was like you said that. You don't even let your kids fuck them.
China has.
No, but she even talked about
wait.
We was trying to bring back tariffs. Like nobody wants to do like we was talking about jobs and jobs trying to get jobs back from China. Like nobody wants to work these jobs. So much shit. Like China's totally big.
Or like you gotta, I don't, you want to do, but like we went on, like if you go out there and pay, like I'm not gonna tell you the price. You can look up. It's called Asian Odyssey. They take you to multiple different cities or whatever. Once I saw Chongqing, once I saw Shanghai, like I'm like, living in New York, they put us to shame, bro. In Shanghai is way bigger than New York. Like how are they doing it better than us? But like. Also, I'm big on education, and I started my family, later on in life or whatever. And, they start teaching those kids binary numbers when they're 3 years old, and putting them in STEM programs when they're 5 years old or whatever, and they just progress. We don't do that here. We don't do that.
And bro, too with that, right? Now it's mandatory AI in the curriculum from K to graduate. And by the time they're in middle school, they expect you to put an agentic agent together. People over here are still scared to touch ChatGPT environment.
Right.
But do you know the suicide levels of those students in China? That these colleges and universities actually have nets at the high
highest floors because they're under so much pressure to do well that there's huge. I mean, look at the numbers. It's wild. There's a lot of pressure. It's not all good the way you see it. And yes, there are social media apps that they use. They may not be Western, but they have their own versions that operate the same way. You're making it seem like they, have the social media on lock for their populace. They haven't.
No. But it is true though. When China was still running, TikTok, remember the kids over here weren't able to watch the same type of content. So of course, to the country. But what I'm saying, the type of content they were watching over there was educational and pro-China. Versus kids here, you already know the dumb shit they watch.
Right. Look, I mean, born and raised here, like, my people, I'm half Nigerian, half American. My people go back to the revolution. And, so I know all about, like, this is my home, and, I still feel a way about America, but at the same time, like, when you have a kid, you think differently, and I'm big on education, and that comes from my Nigerian side. So I'm not playing, but yeah, there are problems they do have. Like there's certain things once you go there you can't access. I couldn't even use my MasterCard. I mean not MasterCard. I couldn't even use my credit card once I went over there or whatever. Like you gotta get a scan that card and all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like so they do have problems, but as far as them progressing as a society, we cannot match them. Period. They live in the future over there. Period. Like it's over. They are going to be the superpower within the next. I'll give America 10 years, maybe less than that. And Trump knows it. Like you attack Iran. Like when all your generals are telling you dumbass, like what the fuck are you doing? You doing Israel like this? Like we're moving backwards here. And I don't want to raise my kids. I'm starting a new family or whatever. Like, I don't want to raise people. Those people over there, they're just more things. I don't know. Maybe. I'm sorry?
You going to raise your kids in China or you just saying, like, another country?
No, they're going to be raised there. We're going to own property in New York. I mean, like, we're working on that or whatever. I'm never going to completely abandon New York or whatever. We're gonna own property and Manhattan or whatever. But like raise them and like for what?
But are you okay with their system in general? Like you're very you can't criticize the government. You can't say a lot of things. Your freedom of speech is nothing like the way the U.S. is. You do know you have to change your entire lifestyle, right?
Yeah, I know that part or whatever. But like for what? Like if you mind your business, you'll look good over it. Like they don't see you're asking that question because you don't understand how those people operate over there. Those people they just live their lives over there. So criticizing that government, don't you mind your business? Like what? No, we have to criticize that government.
No, but did you know during COVID they actually cemented people into their homes? Like, you didn't have a choice. Like, that's what people don't understand. As an mass, as it may be, it's one way, but the way that the government operates, they can take your shit away tomorrow and you absolutely have no way to get it back. There's no such thing.
Well, I don't know.
Any interesting going one day Thursday for
They can do that here because they've done that to black people. So what are you talking about? Like maybe you have a lived black experience. So no, I'm not.
You can't talk about intimate things, intimate domain, things like that. Like as far as how in China where they just take your shit with no explanation. You can't say mind your business.
So intimate domain don't exist here.
Hold on, bro. You can't say like okay, just go ahead and mind your business. So that means you just walk around like that. You got nothing to say. It's something that's going on fucking with
No, it's not.
Hold on, bro. Get ran over by a tank. Just stay in there and get ran over by a tank. No complain.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to argue about this stuff. Like,
I really don't. You got it, bro. Yeah, no, you got a smart kid. I would prefer more of my melanated brothers and sisters get the fuck out of this country. This shit is gonna go down. All this damage Trump has done within a year and a half, and like he's just getting started.
Wait, are you talking about racism? The Chinese kicked out a lot of people right before the pandemic, right after the pandemic. Do you even know the racism is?
Racism exists all across the world.
Black folks.
Racism exists all across the world. I'm saying, like, if you haven't been there, and you haven't seen what I've seen, like, their quality of life is better.
How long?
I was there for 8 days.
That's not what you were
Okay.
through.
But
you can't tell what's happening.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. But two of my cousins have been. One has been there for 12 years, and one has been there for 6 years. And they have been trying to get me to come out there for years. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm well versed on this shit. I know what's going on. I just had to see it for myself. And I saw it for myself. And they're doing better than us. They're living in the future. It's nothing like this. This country is going to hell, bro. And I don't see why people keep clinging on to it.
Yeah, but bro, that's cool. But like your argument is for your statements for being in 8 days. You know, like it's all covered.
I'm going by what my people are telling me.
Yeah, okay.
I've been traveling to Asia. For 20 years, so I know what I'm doing.
You know, talk about moving back to the
I'm trying to get
continent, bro.
Moving back where?
Moving to the continent. You know, talk about that.
To my Africa.
Yeah. Nigeria.
I heard Ghana is dope. South Africa, I want to go there. Like my little brother, he was in the Air Force. He just got the Air Force. He was in the Air Force for a long time. His last place he went to was Okinawa, whatever. He's out there. He just got out. He's Japan. Yeah. He out there. He met his little shorty in Seoul, South Korea, and now they live out there. They're both out the Air Force. So we're going
to Korea or Japan.
No, they're still in Okinawa. They're still out there, whatever. So me and my sister, whatever, we're probably gonna go out there, probably around Christmas time, or whatever. Visit them out. So I want to see. Cause I haven't been to Tokyo. I've been to the Philippines. I've been to Thailand. I went for, but I haven't been to Tokyo yet. I haven't been to Japan yet.
Japan better than China. Watch.
People tell me that, but here's the thing though, Japan is kind of small. Not even that, but it's small. Like I'm really exploring, so I like going around with so much stuff I want to see in China. Like so. Japan is small, even though Tokyo is the largest city in the world.
They have outer islands. I mean,
They got Hiroshima and they got Orange. I know.
You're gonna like it much better than China. I'm telling you, somebody that knows. You're gonna like it much better.
You've been in me.
Yes, and I have a brother who lives in Japan. Went to go visit. Now he lives in Japan with his family. So yeah, Japan is it.
Yo, Misha, everyone tell me like Japan is fire, but it's just kind of strong, bro. Like,
It's a good place to visit. I wouldn't say to live long term. I couldn't see that. To visit and engage is really dope.
And his lens is from New York.
It reminds me of New York in a couple of ways. Like it's overpopulated.
Talking about Japan is like spick is that clean. You can't be
No, it is very clean. I'll give you that. But it is overpopulated. Like literally, when I was there, it was somebody's jobs. There's these guys with white gloves. And when you get on the train, they have to push people in enough so the doors can close. That's their job.
Do you know how about Indians? People hang out off the side of the train. Oh, they need one of those in New York. That's the same shit.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say.
It's like New York. I was being funny.
Pushing people's asses in there too. But look at how clean their transportation is though in Japan.
No, it's very clean. But you know what isn't clean though is the smell, right? Like it has their sewers are just backed the fuck up. Like when you're walking through the different downtown districts, like I went through Yokohama, Roppongi, Shibuya. It was just the smells, bro. Like the smells were crazy. But I really enjoyed Japan. Like it was a lot of fun. It's definitely an enjoyable place.
Talking about smell. That smell of kimchi all day in Korea, bro.
I mean, it was just crazy. I mean, if we talking about, think about it. Like this, what 9 million people. Now, mind you, New York is an ancient city for people like 30, 40, 50, something like that. It was so clean over there. When I was in Shanghai, it was so clean over there. And it's twice as big as New York. Not even twice, 4 times bigger than New York. I went to the currency exchange and I tried to get like $300 of cash or whatever. And our tour guide, he was like, you don't need that cash. Like no one takes cash in like that. You gotta pull out your credit card or tap your phone or whatever. Everything was tapped. Everything was tapped.
Yeah,
like even the cab
currency.
Right. Even the cab drivers, even the like food vendors. You know what I'm saying? Like everything, it was so more advanced. Like I was just shocked
because you're paying tax every single time. God forbid you do anything under the table. That's why they have it that way.
Yeah, I mean maybe whatever. Like I don't but what it was for me is that the people advanced. Like they're more advanced. Like we don't build anything in this country anymore. We used to. After World War II, we used to build a lot of shit. Those people are progressive.
Well, wait, you're talking about buildings. You probably know about the massive real estate crisis in China. Did you not see the huge?
Giant empty cities. Yeah, they all over.
People lost their. They didn't even get. You had to pay for your apartments outright. And this builder decided to kind of left it, and I think they were insolvent, $300 billion of debt. Did those people get anything to, make up for the money they've given? No. There's no parameters to protect it. It's over.
I don't think you know that for sure, but yeah,
for sure. Look it up. It's happened in 2020.
Oh, you want to go Thursday?
It's a huge thing.
Yeah, there weren't. I mean, as far as I know, like you might know more, but like I thought they were working on that. But yeah, I mean, they got giant empty cities now. Like they do have a real estate problem. But I'm not going to those places. Like China is very big. I'm probably going to Chongqing or Shanghai. Like it's just like even Americans, like when they move, the majority of the time their jobs are to teach Chinese people English. That's their job. It's so it's I just roll.
Everybody can do that. You can do that.
Exactly. You're right.
You know, there's also the labor laws, right? There's no labor protection, employee protection. Don't even get me started on the Apple iPhone factories. That's disgusting.
No.
How they treat you see how they treat the people that work at these factories.
It's horrible. But what about here? What about? You're right. What about this country? Like, what about these underpaid teachers that do this?
Yeah, I understand.
What about the
underpaid factory workers or whatever.
Yes,
What about the
underpaid,
kids?
but are they forced to sleep there and work 20 hours and get 4 hour breaks and still have like diapers on? You know how bad it is?
But they can't pay for the medicine when they need it, and they got 50,000 people a year. 50 to 60,000 people a year in this country die because we don't have universal health care. You know what I'm saying? So what about these black kids in these communities? Some of these communities that I grew up in who are undereducated because the Department of Education will rather give them money to white schools or whatever because what are you talking about? Like when you talk like that, that privilege talk or whatever.
It's not privilege. I'm just giving you the reality.
I think first night should be most logical.
I don't disagree. You're not wrong. You're not lying or whatever. I agree. It's fucked up. But there's way more people out there. But we have way more money than them. So they got way more people. We got way more money than them. We can't even support our people here.
Many people burned
We
out.
just how many billions of dollars
First
did
night
we
should be
just
most
spend
logical.
bombing Iran for
Should
nothing?
many people burned
For
out.
nothing. And it's so dumb. So dumb. We used to go to the streets for $0. And now you're trying to claim that we won something. I'm not even gonna get into this shit. Iran won this shit so far.
Get into it, Gotham.
Okay. Let's talk about it. Alright, so
Get in there.
Okay.
Where you start?
Okay.
What borough are you from?
I'm from I'm from the Lower East Side.
Oh, okay, Lower East Side. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But here we go. Alright, so think about this. I want y'all to think about this. For decades, we used to get to the streets for free. For free. This country made trillions of dollars.
To say last month we were getting it for free.
Well, yeah, no, I'm talking about the history of it, bro. But here go the thing. This country, all of us in here right now, we benefited from it. We might not know exactly how we did, but we did. We made trillions of dollars in this country getting to the streets for free. So you got this monkey in the White House.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah. But, no, I'm sorry. My wife gave me shit. But anyway, so, he let Netanyahu, this racist ass Zionists, convincing monkey ass, that he needs to attack Iran. So now, the ceasefire deal, I don't know if any of you guys have read it, but I have. We got to pay them. Oh, by the way, yeah, let me start from kind of the beginning. Trump thought he could bully Iran. Because Trump is a bully. That's what he's been doing his entire life. You could go back and look at his history. He was a bully when he was a kid. But he had no idea who he was fucking with when he was fucking with Iran. His generals tried to warn him. Multiple people tried to warn him, leave those people alone. They are not to be played with. You know what I'm saying? And he does his dumbass Trump shit or whatever, he bombs them or whatever because of the Israelis. And they showed them, we're not afraid, we can't bully you. Bomb the shit out of multiple American bases in the Middle East and warned them. Saudi Arabia was scared. They were scared. It was dude, we're building a bunch of shit over here, we don't want no problem. And it was why the fuck would you open your airspace to the United States so they can come borrow work? Saudi Arabia was scared, but I'm not going to get into that story. Bahrain, the UAE is terrified because they're allowing data centers over there from AI. It's a big thing with AI in the UAE and shit. But, they're ready to nigga, we will bomb Abu Dhabi and we will bomb fucking Dubai. Stop playing with us. And they voted to. They're scared to death. And I have never in my life
seen Israel bomb like that. Like the Iranians somehow bro, they got
Gaza. You haven't seen Lebanon, Syria.
No. I was into that. I have never in my life seen them get shred the fucking Iron Dome. Like for years, they really like we got the Iron Dome. The Iranians was like, nigga, fuck your Iron Dome. I have never seen Tel Aviv bomb like that. I thought it was AI at first. I'm like, this is not real. I have never seen that. So what's happening right now is they're trying to get through Lebanon. They're trying to open up something so they want the Americans to land in Lebanon to get through there to try to get to Iran. That would be stupid. Like we will never win a ground war in Iran.
Wait, are you saying that Israel's bombing Lebanon to make way for the U.S. military to get to Iran?
Yes.
That's not even the fact. That's not.
No, so I think that's just my opinion. I never said it was a fact. That's my opinion. But anyway, and then the Strait of Hormuz, which we've known for years, military generals have said for years, if you fuck with the Iranians, they will. The Iranians was like, we're not playing with you. If you fucking play with us or whatever. Any ship that has anything to do with America, we will send.
And do you support America at all, bro? Like, I'm just wondering.
No, it's not about supporting America. It's about supporting tyranny. I'm not supporting tyranny. That's what I'm not doing. But that was a dumb question. But anyway, listen. But anyway, the Iranians said like, yo, if y'all anything coming through the Strait of Hormuz, like if you send it through here. We're gonna send it to the bottom of the fucking Persian Gulf, like period. And people are scared. So what happened was with this ceasefire deal or whatever, and this is how dumb Trump is. This is how stupid he is. Like I said, we never had to pay anything to go through the Straits.
But
let me get to it. Now the deal that Trump did, this great deal making made with the Iranians. Now we got to pay $2 to $3 million to send any ship to their having.
That's not even I'm sorry, that's not the ceasefire deal. That's not even. There's no deal. It is not.
Okay. What is it?
Okay, so the reason why Iran has not charged for the use of Strait of Hormuz is something called UCLAWS. This was actually a treaty that was signed. This is considered natural waterway international, so they're technically not allowed to charge any ships. The other parts like Suez Canal, etc. Suez Canal, etc. have charged, or Panama Canal, because those are creative waterways, right? They're actually man-made, so that's why they charge. In this case, under the UCLAWS, anything that is naturally made by nature, this is just you're not allowed to. And also keep in mind, Iran is on one side and Iran's on the other side. It's actually a shared waterway. This has been the case since forever. This is a UCLAWS. This is actually a treaty that was in place. Because of Trump's BS, they tried to do an asymmetrical warfare by creating this scenario where it's like, you know what, we're going to start charging you guys now. Technically, legally, they're not supposed to. And they're not even letting in U.S. ships. They're not even saying you can come in and pay $2 million per ship. No. They're only allowing in countries they're friendly with. So this is not them just targeting the U.S. with special rights.
They let the Chinese and the French do it.
Yes, because they have a deal. Because they said if you sell, I don't know, but this China and Iran have had a deal when it comes to their oil. China buys 80% of their crude oil. That's been in place for a long time. And then India had to negotiate with Iran. Pakistan negotiated. Spain got through because Spain said, yes, we will go and expel U.S. Israel diplomats. So basically, if you're not an ally of Israel and the U.S., they said come on through, but they did. But right now, everything's shut down. Don't you see what's going on right now?
So you're telling me
that Iran is not charging American.
Americans are actually already working rules.
Shit, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
You said
Right now,
what?
they don't even allow. Right now, they don't even allow. Listen to Haitian. They're not even. Right now, the U.S. has it where every port that potentially has Iranian goods, they block it. They can't even fucking set their shit out.
No, I'm talking about.
Kyle, you need to read up on the situation because you're clearly off 100%.
Okay, where was I wrong?
Where do you want me to start?
Where do we start?
What? Okay, let's go. Where was I wrong?
Strait of Hormuz, the way that operates, there was apparently a ceasefire deal. You said that was signed. It was never signed. There's nothing that's been signed. I haven't forgetting
No. I never said it was signed. I never said it.
There's nothing on the table.
No.
You know what Iran asked for? They asked for reparations for all the costs of the damage that's been taking place on their country. They've asked the U.S. for reparations to repair. That's what they've asked for.
Hey, I don't think y'all know what y'all mean. No, they're gonna charge any American shit.
Yes, not
Wait.
It's not part of the deal.
They're gonna charge them $2 million. They're gonna charge us $2 million.
Yes.
Okay, so yes.
But
so
they charge everybody.
Why are you saying a rule?
You said it's part of their deal that they proposed.
Fuck y'all.
But nobody's paying them, bro. Ain't nobody agreed to pay them.
No. You're gonna pay when you pay taxes.
What?
I'm gonna pay when I pay taxes. What I'm talking about.
Hold on, bro. Did you not hear when Ace just said that anything with their stuff we have blocked?
From where?
Where's your goal?
So you're telling me that America's gonna block anything that comes from Iran to try to get to it? No, they're shooting at them. They're shooting at them. I don't think y'all understand. I don't think y'all understand what's going on. And also, dollars for every barrel of oil that goes in. They are going to billions of dollars that American taxpayers are going to pay. Y'all don't
It's not
understand
just
what's going
America.
on.
Every single commercial vessel that's what they're charging them. It's not just America. And America hasn't even had it.
Of course. Yeah, anything that has to do with America. The only people who are into there are the Chinese, the Russians, the French. Period.
India paid, Pakistan paid that price. Dollar per barrel, which ended up being $1 billion, $2 billion. Greece paid, Spain paid. They have us told.
Right. Iran is gonna make hundreds of billions of dollars from this shit.
Yeah.
And they would have never happened if Trump dumbass didn't bomb them. That's like now, and we don't even know what those people are gonna do with those hundreds of billions of dollars. This is what America does. They fuck over the American people and y'all the people.
Wait, you know Iran's under very strict sanctions by America.
You said what again?
Did you not know Iran's under very, very strict sanctions by the U.S.?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, so I don't understand the point of all this.
No, but that was before this. We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, and right now the sanctions have not just economic, they're physical. The fact that Iran cannot ship or receive anything, dude, that's huge.
You think those people care?
They don't care. They want to they don't care.
Same thing with China. When Trump dumbass tariff they had, the Chinese told him like, we don't give a fuck. We're good.
China tariff back as a reciprocal.
They don't care.
China didn't care. Then there was reciprocal tariff.
Yeah,
I think you're forgetting the U.S. is still a reserve currency. You're forgetting that right now.
Ace, you literally just said that nothing is leaving Iran and going into Iran, and he said he don't care.
It's actually the fact they don't give a fuck.
So when they can't get a fucking grain of anything, they don't care. Make that shit make sense, bro.
Well, you did have some people in here from Iran, not trying to side with anyone.
And they were in Iran, though.
Well, he said he was in Iran, and he got, what did you ask him, Omari, what he was using, what type of white ice?
I'm in Japan right now, then.
He said he was using, I forgot what he said he
very hard to obtain.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you guys remember the conversation. So he said that he didn't care. Was it him that said he didn't care if they nuked their country?
Who said that?
Somebody from Iran.
Wow.
And I was floored. I will never forget. I said, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Like he thought that it was actually going to be somebody left to start over. I was just like, what? I would never even say that, even in jest, that I would want somebody to nuke my country. Not the worst of times, we've had some horrific times here in this country, and probably gonna have some more. But to say to nuke your entire country,
But are they actually Iranian then?
Say,
Really?
like they can only go by what he said. I don't know the man. I can't see him. I can't touch him. I can't feel him. I can't smell him. I don't know who he is. He said he's from Iran, and then they start questioning him and saying, "How you got Wi-Fi? This, that, and the third." And it was crazy. But then we had a female. Maybe she wasn't in Iran. She was talking about, she didn't care if they bombed Iran and the power plants, and she even said the water. Because when they start talking like that, I always go, so you don't care if you guys don't have water?
That's called
genocide. Yeah, but she wasn't in Iran, and I don't think the guy that we're talking with, if I remember correctly, I don't think he was in Iran either. I mean, I'm pretty sure the only people that say that are the people that are safely in North America somewhere far away. They're not in Iran.
privilege.
No one says I want to die from starvation and thirst, and I want my family to die from bombing and poison. Like, no one says that.
So what about the people, do you see this protesting over there who do say crazy shit like that? They don't say
In Iran?
Yeah.
They're not protesting right now, and they don't. They're protesting the government to be overthrown, but not you guys.
So not nuking. Let's take that off the table. So they want their government to be overthrown, right? And they want the U.S. to be part of it. How do they think they're gonna accomplish that? Only way I'm thinking of is by bombing and ground troops, right? So people gonna die.
Just like we did in Venezuela.
We bombed in Venezuela?
No,
that was surgical.
For the government.
Yeah, but that's what they thought was going to happen, right? With Iran, some of these Iranians. That's what they thought would happen. They thought they.
Take that phone call.
Can you hear me? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Dan?
Go ahead, we can hear you. Whoever was speaking. I'm sorry I cut you off.
Hello, Ace.
Right, Gotham? Who's trying to do with Gotham? Oh, there he is. How do you feel about that part, Gotham? Because Gotham said they don't care. Did we lose Gotham?
He's still there, but I guess maybe he's walked away from his phone or bad connection.
Gotham is the CC is the goddess shit.
Well, I just that little part right there. I'm not taking over nobody's side or anything like that, but it's only one way that you're gonna get regime. And then now, what's going on now anyway, Ace? Because I don't think we're gonna do anything over there. I think that Trump is just waiting till the end of the week so he can say, I'm done. And I don't think he's gonna do anything now because he's
not gonna do shit. He's wishing for a ceasefire. He's wishing for it.
Okay, so the new person in charge, I was trying to find out because someone said that he's in Korea now. What's his name? The new Ayatollah?
The new Ayatollah Ahmadinejad.
Yeah. So someone said that it's rumored. Well, first he went to Russia, And then from Russia, he went to, I guess, did he say South Korea? So I was trying to look it up, and there's nothing on North. Okay, it was nothing. I couldn't find anything about him being.
We have no idea. Nobody knows. No one even knows if he's alive. Nobody even. He hasn't even made a public statement outside of written statements. Do people?
Yeah, but the U.S. is usually
speculating lost.
I believe that he's fucked up. He got violated by a bomb. The U.S. dropped on his head.
They said I think amputee.
Who told you guys that?
He almost made a cold bomb. Whole bunch.
But who told you guys? Who told you guys his injury?
Yeah, injury shot in the New York Times.
What?
I don't know what that Arabic slur you just said on your record.
I don't speak Arabic.
You just spoke some language.
I said Ayatollah, Khomeini. Like, are you this ignorant?
I'm just trying to find out how you guys know the injuries. Where
Because they
how
put
you
it
guys know?
well today on the NPR this morning. They spoke about it on the Today Show. The Daily.
But it's not confirmed. It's
Speculation.
Lisa, I just put an article in the chat where they talk about some of his injuries in the New York Times.
So did they give a source?
Frank Cannon.
They also said apparently he was gay. That also was a rumor going around. So
I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm just wondering. I'll go to the New York article and see where their sources is, but because they gave specific injuries. One I read when I was trying to look up the Korea thing, that he had an injury to his foot. The other article I read said that his whole leg was missing. Then another article I read said he was missing lips and had something wrong with his eyes, and then another one I read said he just had cuts on his face.
Yeah,
there's a poll. I'm trying to pull up.
I can read a couple of sentences from this article.
Okay, thank you.
It says, though Mr. Khamenei was gravely wounded, he is mentally sharp and engaged, according to 4 senior Iranian officials familiar with his health. One leg was operated on 3 times, and he is awaiting a prosthetic. He had surgery on one hand and is slowly regaining function. His face and lips have been burned severely, making it difficult for him to speak, the official said, adding that eventually he will need plastic surgery. That's in the New York Times article I put.
Yeah, if you was into the Daily this morning, they spoke about it as well. I guess some.
Okay. Waiting for a prosthetic. And he has surgery on his leg, so that means he has amputation of the leg to be able to fit a prosthetic on it. And he's lucky he's alive. I mean, and no lips and no eyes. So they think he's still in Iran and had all this work done in Iran, or do you guys think he really went to Russia? I mean, Russia's medical system's all like great. I thought Iran's medical system was better than Russia's. No?
I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah, but they're in a war right now, Lisa.
And they haven't been able to bury the bodies either, have they?
The 60,000?
No, I'm talking about the Ayatollah that got killed and the other relatives.
I thought you had
Maybe they were. They're supposed to, but they were. Something came out a couple weeks ago. They were talking about that they hadn't been able to bury. Yeah, that's been postponed. Yeah, that's what we all know. It's postponed.
But one thing I did read, did you guys see the 5 guys that are being hung or are they being firing squad in Iran? And they made a video. I don't know if this is true because how is this stuff getting out? They made a video. You guys can Google it. It was early during the day when I was looking for clips. I came across this. They made a video of them singing some song. It's 5 of them before their execution. Y'all see that? Now that makes me feel like, like we need to do something. If they just execute people, like, that's crazy over there.
Oh, they do. They do.
I mean, we do that here. Like, what do you mean?
But we go through a whole, you can be a
Jonathan,
big road until you die, though.
Jonathan, your comparisons are crazy. Your comparisons are crazy, bro.
So if we're talking about in the 21st century, we don't execute people in the United States. Like, what's the difference?
No, we do. I said, you could be on death row for your entire life, waiting, to be executed, and then you have the ability to get stays or whatever the case may be. But if I find the article, Gotham, I'll send it to you. But it's 5 bros that are getting ready to be executed, and it's like within weeks, and no appeals, none of the stuff that you can do here. If you get accused of whatever the case may be or whatever you did, and you were put on death row, you get a chance to go through some appeals, right, Gotham? And you can be there forever.
You're absolutely right. Like, I mean, we do that here. But those stays of executions, that really works. What they do is put the dudes on death row for 10, 15, 20 years, and they still execute. Stays of execution, that really happens.
Absolutely, in 27 states, just so you know.
If you are sentenced to death in this country, you die. It's rare that stays of execution happen. So, I understand what you're saying, Lisa. Like, they put them right to death. Like, that's something they do in the Middle East. But like when people act like we are better than them.
Oh no, never. I wouldn't say
we're not better than them. We're the same. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Well,
not the same, but we're not better.
I don't mean that. Yeah.
Because America is not, look, all of us been here, and our folks have been here for a long time. And if we know the history correctly, this place started off horribly. They came here and did some horrible things, and things kept being horrible for a very long time. And still, we have people getting murdered for the color of their skin, or I don't know. It's just to me, I feel like we're not as bad as Iran, though. I don't care how I try to fix it up or whatever. I think that they have it pretty bad, but I don't think it's our responsibility. And you guys can push back to be over there trying to right the wrongs of what's going on over there. They have 90 million people there, and it seems like to me that they should be able to do what we did in this country, overthrow their oppressors.
I wanted to say that nobody is suggesting that Americans are better than Iranian or any other human being better than another human being. What we're talking about in terms of which legal system is better.
Bill of Rights.
No, Ali, Bill of Rights. Yeah, thank you. Yes. So if you look just at the Constitution and think about the legal rights that are afforded to an American when the person is accused of doing a crime, there's a due process which is involved. For example, the person has a right to inform of the nature and the cause of the accusation, his right to due process of the law, equal protection of the laws, presumption of innocence until proven guilty, a right to impartial jury trial. I can go on and on. No excessive bail required. You can't have any excessive fines imposed. Right to appeal, and the rest of it. So these are the mechanisms that have that
put in place by the Constitution to protect and preserve the right of an individual to property. So you can put a contrast with the Muslim country some of the executions people with absolutely zero or very little due process in a matter of days, young people, old people, girls, children being put to death. So comparing so what we're saying, the system, a legal system, the United States to the Constitution, in principle, is by far,
Wellington's on the run. I call him a Kitover. He's retreating. He's retreating. What are you doing here? Well, I came to make my report. Wellington's retreating. What are you doing here? Why didn't you follow him? Why didn't you pursue him? Where are the reinforcements you promised me? Don't you dare criticize me! Don't you dare! Don't you see if Wellington's free to choose his ground? Everything I've won in this campaign? You lost. Mashupuka. The sector is broken. I have ordered a retreat. Retreat? I am scared to do it. And so this is my world. I am too old to break it. If Wellington runs to the coast, none of us will get home to Berlin. The logical road is Namur. I do not trust the English. Nonetheless, because I have served you before, sir, I have ordered the retreat to Wavre. You may still cooperate with Wellington, but God help us if he does not stand. Wellington's on the run. If you're a small company, the reason I believe Jon Snow is because he's here. All of his advisors would have told him not to come. I would have told him not to come. He's here anyway. You don't have to. Let's remind the dragon glass. If he's wrong, it's worthless. You didn't even know it was here. It's nothing to you. Give him something. Giving him nothing. Take a step toward a more productive relationship with the Muslim ally.
Taking a knife in the heart for his people. Did you notice that?
You must have known that that's fancy. It's true.
There was a literal tornado dream.
Greetings to you, Lucifer Morningstar. And to you, Mazakino the Linen.
Greetings, General. You look well, Dream. Are you well?
I presume the ruler of hell knows this is no social call.
Have you come to join forces then, to ally your realm to ours, to acknowledge the sovereignty of hell?
You know my feelings on that, light brother. I have come because my helm of state was stolen from me. I believe one of your demons has it. I should like it back. Now.
Dream, if only it were that easy. Which demon has your helm? Name it, and we will bring it here.
I confess I do not know the name.
Then we will have to summon all of your... There, now, Dream, you may inquire. Which demon has your helmet?
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Nobody believes in you. You lost again and again and again.
Two separate things, and most of our comments here is specifically about the behavior of Islamic Republic of Iran in general and IRGC specifically. That's kind of one thing. The second that we talked about is
Gotcha.
Is by far better than many other countries, including.
I agree.
So the next one that you made another comment. I forgot. You start diverging into something.
Why don't you go back in here?
Was it death penalty conversation? The comparison. Yeah.
Yes, that's a good one. That's right. So I think my comment what I tried to say when we were talking about death penalties, in Iran, it could be a very short time, and in terms of somebody being accused and executed, the due process and the way in the U.S. as somebody mentioned, it takes many trials and appeals, and an individual could be in a death row for decades, and waiting maybe is not a good thing, but certainly that's the completely the difference that we are talking about. Yeah. Anyway, so you cannot. It's unfair. It's unjust to compare the two systems. Draw any kind of equality between the two. Yeah, please go ahead.
Ali, look, so I follow you real I fuck with you, Ali. I like it. But no, of course, when we're talking about a judicial system, yeah, it's harsh. It's harsh over there. Within a few days or whatever, he executed or whatever. And I really do think that's wrong. And maybe that's because I'm American or whatever. And even though I know we have trials and shit like that, I've been through the judicial system here and whatever. I've never faced anything like that. I know what it's about. This country or whatever, and it's not going to change anything. This fucking country because they can't afford medication. They can't afford medication. Think about it. 600,000 people in this country die every fucking year. You have poor people here. Just my island alone. Manhattan is small. Manhattan is so small you can't even see it from a fucking map. I would have to point it out to you. We make our network.
No person of interest is in custody, and that woman, as you mentioned,
$1 trillion a year.
is still in the hospital in critical condition. Not only are writers shaken up about this, but now a community activist.
Schools are good in black communities and stuff like that.
Stepping up and offering a $10,000 reward, hoping someone out there will come forward with new information. Chicago police say it happened around 9:25 Monday night. A 26-year-old woman arguing with a man in his 40s on the blue line when things suddenly turned violent.
Getting multiple calls for being in a blue line.
A little bit of a run or whatever. You guys are kind of doing well over there. Your government is fucked up. It is fucked up. But the people, I think some people are actually, happy over there. And you guys can do better or whatever. But I'm thinking about Americans and people are suffering over here. I do not give a fuck about
April 24th, 2024. Drug use, drug deal.
I don't care about Iranians getting nuclear weapons. If the Iranians get nuclear weapons,
you just seen an exchange
to bomb the fucking world, they're not. Even if they get I
graduated from college in 1993, and if you want to give some sense of progress or the lack thereof, 50.
Well, she's walking. That's just what we're doing. We're there to help free these people.
I'm saying.
And I do have to warn you that it might be a little tough to watch.
Security video shows the woman in a car careened into the City News Cafe near Cicero and Irving Park early this morning. It appears it was being pursued by Chicago police. You can see after the impact, 2 people are outside of the vehicle. 2 others get out of the crashed car and take off running. Police are seen running after them. We've blurred the faces of the men involved because we don't know if they will be.
The money is being wasted. I do agree. It's total BS. It should be used towards.
Some says it's 4:24 p.m. And a vendor over here from Michigan and Walton. See that guy there at the 900 number? He was bending over. See how he's bending now? Right there. He's bending over. He was like that for about 10 minutes. See him right there?
Hey, 45th Ward, it's Katie. The American citizen in many, domains of interest, and in terms of so let's say this: America is the greatest country on the face of the earth.
Safety Act has been. Hyatt workers say someone turned on the heat lamps typically used in winter over their picket line. Combined with the outdoor air temperature, Linda Long says it was hotter than the Hyatt kitchen she's worked in for a long time.
Of the United States on a yearly basis between $20 to $25 trillion. Next, in terms of the military budgets, U.S. You have to add up the budget of the next 9 countries. Yeah, it's about $1 trillion roughly is our military budget, which is about 17 to 18% of the total budget of the United States. The principal documents in terms of the governing bodies, which is the Constitution of the United States, the first law to run the business.
Why was a guy with a long criminal record who was awaiting trial for
those are, at least in principle, they're fantastic documents how to run.
Carjacking.
The question is, with all of these strengths that I mentioned, how is it and how come that the plight of the U.S. citizens in comparison with the European countries, in terms of well-being, let's call it, in terms of longevity, infant mortality rate, the education, number of people in jail, the healthcare system, infant mortality rates, we do not stand in comparison with the European countries. We rank somewhere from 10 to 20 in the categories that I just mentioned. So the question is, how come this greatness does not translate in a way that it should be to the well-being and the plight of the citizen? So from that perspective, I understand what you're saying. And the question, I even asked the question myself. I have some reasons, but we can put aside for why this is actually the case. So that's kind of one thing in which I agree with you. The second question is,
he risked it all and still died. He risked it all and still died.
In collaboration by Israelis, they have determined that Iran presents a serious threat, immediate threat to the United States, to Israel, and perhaps other countries, just because of
the U.S. intelligence agencies do not deem Iran an imminent threat to the U.S.
Ungrateful.
Well, I'm just trying to tell you, you may be correct. I'm just trying to present to you, I think everybody should know what the objectives. The objectives are to make sure that Iran never develop nuclear weapons and will not have a chance to enrich uranium, to a certain level that is going to be applicable, ready to make the atomic bomb. Number 2, the long-range ballistic missiles. Number 3 being the drone aspect of it. And number 4 being Iran is being, it has destabilized the entire region by providing money, weapons, and training to the war proxies in the Middle East. And last one, which But these are the objectives. I'm not suggesting they're good or bad objectives. And these are the reasons that the U.S. is gone to war with Iran. Now, you may disagree or agree with the objectives, but those are the reasons. So there's been some calculations being done. We're not going to allow Iran to have access to the four things that I just discussed. That's all. So that is why we're spending the money. We agree or disagree, but that's the way it is.
No, I understand what you're saying. You're not making sense. But what I'm saying is that why can't Iran build it? Like I don't understand. Do you actually think if they actually build nuclear weapons and they use them, they're not gonna use it? So when people say that Iran building nuclear weapons is a threat to the United States, no, that is Benjamin Netanyahu. That's what he said. This is all about Israel, basically telling the United States, we don't want them to happen. No one is going to use a nuclear weapon, bro. No one is going to use that. So what they have, Israel is the only country that they won't even admit to having. They're the only ones. This is based off Israel's rhetoric. That's what it is. That's all it is. It's a simple math. 1 + 1 = 2. This is not complicated. It's not complicated at all.
You're right. To your point, I'm sure you know, Netanyahu has been saying since the 1990s, Iran is 20 days away from a nuclear, 3 months from a nuclear weapon. They're, 1 year away. This is the rhetoric he's been spewing to try to create fear, trying to get the U.S. involved since the 1990s.
Right, Ace. Right.
And don't forget, we had that's great, perfect. It was took 20 months to negotiate until Trump ripped it apart for no good reason.
So, Gotham, let me just address what you just said. I personally will not put it past the Iranian regime to actually use nukes. That's kind of my perspective. I may be wrong, but they get this information. That's number one. This is a fanatical regime that will go to any extent to make sure that it survives. And if it doesn't survive, it takes everyone else with it. So that's kind of one fear. The other fear is once they have it, it will be like something like North Korea. You can't touch it. Basically, then they are free because of possessing the nuclear bombs to do whatever they can. They can close the Strait of Hormuz or impose, let's say, $2, $3, $5 billion for any cargo ship of any carrying anything, LNG, oil, fertilizers, what have you, through the Strait of Hormuz. You can't deal with them now because they have the weapons. They can provide money, weapons to their proxies in the Middle East. You can't touch them just because now they have the bomb. So the idea is to keep, and again, any other regime, actually, in Iran, I would not have a second thought about them having it.
North Korea?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm comparing to. And I'm just saying they turned into North Korea. And let me just add this. So I would not have, if we had something representative, what we call a secular, constitutional, representative democracy, something, a resemblance of that, then, fine, Iran is a sovereign country. Although they have signed the NTP, NPT. Yeah, thank you for that. There's just too many acronyms going on now. So I would be concerned, actually, for this Islamic Republic of Iran, an IRGC to possess atomic bomb. This is not going to be good for anyone. because of that, is a preventative germane.
But Ali, there's been a fatwa that was put out by the previous Ayatollah. Religiously, he said, you cannot possess a nuclear weapon because of proximity to the Kaaba. It's just as recent. People don't know. He seems to, operate differently. So this has never been something that Iran has actively pursued.
Yeah, it is possible. I don't know.
Right.
So
Yeah, okay, so we have to take these back to the Cold War. Like, you're a smart guy or whatever. Do you know what mad is?
I'm sorry, Gotham. Were you asking a question?
Yeah, I was telling you, like, when we talk about nuclear weapons or whatever, the Russians they have just as many nuclear weapons as us. So why haven't they used it? Like, the Iranians are not crazy. These are, and you're from there, these are sophisticated people. And these are not some sand, because Trump just think these are sand niggas who are going to just bomb the world away. That's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Like, the Russians understood this for 60 years away. Like, for people to actually think that the Iranians are some imminent threat as far as nuclear weapons bombing the United States, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen with Israel.
Gotham, I have a question. Gotham, isn't it true that Samson doctrine is something that the Israel does hold as part of their doctrine? That if their back's against the wall, they will utilize a nuke? Part of the Israeli doctrine, Samson doctrine. But no one seems to be afraid of it. No one seems to bat eyelash to that. Actually, written and coded. This is not even conspiratorial. So why aren't we concerned about that?
Exactly. This hypocrisy of being concerned about one country as opposed to another, which is actively aggressive and going and literally bombing their neighbors, and does not bend to any kind of sanctions, any kind of criticism, anything at all. But so I find it kind of funny that Ali, respectfully, that you would say that about Iran, but you mentioned nothing about Israel, which is actively doing exactly what you're saying.
So, Gotham, let me, when you say...
But notice you still won't actually address what both Ace and I just said, Ali. You keep going back to that without addressing the hypocrisy of what you're saying.
I think if I answer you by detail, you'll ask me the question. So, Gotham, when you talk about the Iranian people are smart, and they are calculated, they are non-violent, they're not going to the top of the bomb. Remember, we're not talking about the general population of Iran. We're talking about Islamic Republic of Iran, again, in general, and IRGC, the military arm, fanatic military arm of Iran, which has terrorized the entire country, the entire population. We're talking about those groups that they are crazy, okay? We're not talking about the Iranian people. We need to separate the two things. So we're talking about the Islamic regime of Iran. So that is what my concern is, and what I can safely assume that is the concerns of America and perhaps other countries, that this regime possesses...
Hello everyone, Joe Severino running to be the next Republican governor of Illinois. Many of you already know Illinois is the corruption capital of our nation.
To enrich uranium and providing that fuel for generation of electricity using nuclear power plants. Now, any country... It's been a long time coming. The richest resource of hydrocarbon on the face of the earth, number one. Which, again, having nuclear power plants is...
It's like I'm looking at you. Could answer that and come back to Ronnie's question?
Sure. So, the reason, so that is their intention to say, But it was offered to them to build for them 3 nuclear power plants free of charge and provide all of the fuel that is needed for them to run the power plant. Iran did not accept it. So that's.
Wait, that was after August. Wait, hold on. That was after August, July 25, negotiate after that 12-day war occurred. Like this, the terms have completely changed. The landscape has changed. So don't look at Iran and say, "Oh, how dare they not trust their, people that bomb them." I mean,
and have sanctioned them for more than a decade and have literally every single step of the way.
Exactly. But
and of allies to their enemy.
Exactly. And can you answer what we talked about Israel, who does have nukes, who also does not abide by any of the treaties that other countries are held to, right? And also have this option, and they are aggressive. Why is it not a threat to you, Ali?
Israel has atomic bombs, probably tens or hundreds of them, I'm not sure, various kinds. That is not correct as well.
But why does you find that to be the gravest threat?
But Israel has never signed NPTA.
Because that's bad.
They have also never allowed anyone to go in to respect them, which, I agree with you.
They've never admitted they even have nuclear weapons.
I think if you have an atomic bomb, you are subject to the same kind of criteria that other countries that they possess atomic bombs. And this is not the case with Israel. And this is the point of contention.
And the Samson option, that's written doctrine, right? Military doctrine. That's on the books as to how they're willing to do, mutually, we call it, they're okay with collateral damage. They're okay if they literally have this, that they will deploy nukes in the case of where their back's against the wall and they may lose their territory. Iran doesn't have anything like that. Iran has, in the last, listen, I'm not for the ROTC, but it's also very disingenuous to say, I think they could have possessed an atomic bomb since 1979 to today, but they haven't. They've chosen not to, but they easily could have. We know this. So you're speaking out of space of speculation, but with Israel, we know how much of a threat they are. They're the aggressor. How aggressive has Iran been to its neighbors since 1979? They're not bombing their neighbors to smithereens, but Israel is. So why don't you find Israel to be the greatest threat in the region? And we shouldn't be aligning with a nation like that and helping them achieve their goal when it comes to, destabilizing Iran.
I'm out here at the Chicago Federation of Labor, Mayday 5K, and I'm
for Israel to come out of the closet and exactly say how many bombs they have and so on, and be kind of recognized as a country that has atomic bombs. We know that. We know they have it. But they call it, they say either yes or no. They don't respond to it. That's one thing. In terms of how to I have not seen it. I would like to see where and how.
Sure, I'll take it. Don't you find that Israel's greatest threat?
Because you still refuse to answer that part. You answer anything else, but you just seem to be skirting around that
So look, Iran. Before this regime of
Patrick, I want to go back to you because obviously you led the charge on this. I know you're always on the ground in the communities talking to people. When did you realize this was?
Sometimes it's good to have an enemy so you keep the focus.
These two just walked. You admit you poisoned the king. No. That I'm innocent. I'm guilty of a far more monstrous crime. I I was nothing but this.
That's also against
I did not do it. I did not kill Joffrey, but I wish that I had. Watching your vicious bastard die gave me more relief than 1,000 lying holes. I wish I was the monster you think I am. I wish I had enough poison for the whole pack of you. I would gladly give my life to watch you all swallow.
Why is your phone vibrating? I'm sorry, because others are has Nova. Nova ever exists. There's no Nova in the 80s. There's no reality. What was it? She was. You're right. You never existed. Never existed, right? That's not why I
Our ship is ready to sail.
What's the meaning of this?
Carnival. It's my first ship.
You expect to be marine when you're wasting your time on this nonsense.
I don't want to be a marine. I'm a pirate.
and the mom was the house of it.
No! Oh, don't! It's my ship!
Your training begins today.
Our ship.
When I first created my YouTube channel,
maybe 60s, there were a minority of Shia groups, Shia sects in Iran, in Lebanon, which rights, and they wanted to have a say in participation in the government, in some for and
The gift my father gave me. Every day of my life. My 6-figure job in tech. Now I need some
What the hell do you men want?
It was a rap. Yeah, it was a rap. But the PLO, you gotta understand that. We're talking about terrorist groups and we're talking about nations. The terrorist group is a different thing from a nation or a large country. Like, we've been fucking with Iran since the 60s. We overthrew their elected leader and we installed something. Yeah, like we installed something. That was our fault. Like so America has to take accountability for that shit. Like we keep getting we should have never done that.
Hey, besties, come along with me as we go hang out in the VIP section at Beyond Wonderland Chicago. First, we head to King's Domain. This is VIP Central at Beyond, and this is where you can get your VIP lanyard, candy, hair accessories, trinkets, all of the goodies. But what I love so much about VIP here is that you get so much included. Awesome bathrooms,
Ladies and gentlemen.
ladies and gentlemen.
does that. The RGC wouldn't have even existed if we didn't start to meddle there. Then bring in the Shah, who isn't a democratic. He's an authoritarian monarchist who's also very. Ali, you cannot deny this. You know that the Shah at that time was very brutal to some of the people that he opposed. He actually didn't allow Muslim women to wear on their jobs. They committed suicide. He said freedom, that's it. No, but not freedom of religion. But whatever. Point being, people are this individual. And this is when the RGC came in, it wasn't a violent revolt. They came in pretty peacefully. They would never have come in.
They came in peacefully.
There would have been no need for them if we didn't meddle. So it is relevant. All of these things, we wouldn't be where we are today.
No, we wouldn't be where we were. Going to sleep, everybody. Good night.
So he didn't have a relevant.
Okay, I have some comments here, but I think I've spoken enough. And I know for sure.